We're here. Now tell me what this is all about.
As I told you on Viken Space Dock, Tenebray's last gruesome weapon. He sought immortality, but only his endless spite survives now. Like you, I was once his wrath. And like you, I learned of his true nature and plotted his downfall. For centuries. Ultimately, I saw what had to be done, and betrayed my empire in order to destroy its creator. That is how I came to fight alongside Kira.
We fought the Emperor's servants constantly for years. We even thought we'd beaten him alongside my master. Then Yavin 4 happened. And Valkorion.
I received guidance from an old ally. Instead of seeking out our enemy in his current shell, you, as it turns out, we sought a different target. Tenebray hid his original body where no one could harm it. As long as that body remained in stasis, the galaxy's greatest evil could never truly be killed.
Unless we destroyed Tenebray, the fight against Valkorion would never really be over.
Since Valkorion is gone, I assume you succeeded.
We did. As we later learned, we destroyed his first body just as you purged the last vestige of his twisted spirit
That
from
is a
your
hell of
mind.
a coincidence, even
That
for
is
Star
when
Wars.
his final weapon was unleashed. A Sith ritual, carved into his very flesh, unleashed an ancient plague from every molecule of his decaying corpse.
We were both knocked out cold, comatose for more than a year. Satil Shan was the one who finally pulled us out of that nightmare, and started a new one.
Like you, Kira and I have both been vessels for a portion of Tenebray's power. It acted as a sort of vaccine. But Satil had no such protection, nor did any of her followers. Within days, they were all laid low, trapped in a nightmarish slumber. In helping us, they are knowingly doomed themselves.
Just tell me how I can help.
The infection is worsening. There is a darkness growing among the afflicted.
We can feel their minds connecting, communicating. We're afraid they might be merging somehow.
Merging into what? Another Valkorion? Is this plague bringing him back somehow?
It's too early to make that conclusion. Whatever it is immensely dangerous. We must stop it.
How?
We loaded Satil and all of her followers onto a transport to keep them quarantined, along with a few med droids to tend to them. The transport is programmed to fly a random course through unsettled sectors of the Outer Rim, all weeks away from civilization. I can send a signal to alter the course, bring it to another empty system that's closer so that we can meet it in a shuttle.
We board the ship and connect our minds with yours through the Force. Together, we will face this entity and purge it from existence. And if we cannot purge it, then we destroy the transport and hope we've ended the old monster's schemes forever.
Send the signal. If what you say is true, this thing could be getting stronger by the minute.
I'll send the signal right away. It's gonna take a while for the transport to come back into range.
Then we should stay here until it does. If you require any assistance in the meantime, don't hesitate to ask.
Not so fast. I'm not fighting the Republic or the Jedi, so if that's what you want, definitely hesitate to ask.
Ignore her. If necessary, I can slay enough of your enemies for both of us.
Ugh.
She grows on you. Eventually.
We're still in Onslaught, Crazy Norse. We're getting there, though. Like, we're getting close. I think he's returned because it's the dumbest possible thing they could do, Django. But I hope it's not true. There's a lot of other directions they could take
New
this.
friends from the Hand have just entered orbit. I'll get them cleared to land right away.
Commander, I am Darth Rivix. I believe the Empress told you to expect me.
You'll be the liaison between the Alliance and the Hack.
Is that...
Precisely. Competition for the role was heated, as I'm sure you can imagine. I am proud to have stood above all others. I'll have my shuttle bring me to the surface directly. I always prefer speaking in person.
Yeah, that's Gideon Emery. That's funny. Okay, let's switch points.
Face to face at last. Your hollow does you no justice, my friend.
I wouldn't mind flirting with Gideon Emery. Gideon Emery almost always plays secondary characters. It's very strange. Because anytime he plays a main character, he tends to nail it. Like Balthier in FF12, right? But he's usually background, secondary, NPC. In fact, even in this game, he's usually quest giver number 35.
Welcome to Odessen. We're honored by your visit.
And I am honored to be your guest. Permit me to be direct. My duty as liaison is to facilitate your operations as best I can. My success is judged by your success. I will not profit from obstructing or undermining you. Much as I savor them, deception and manipulation are not among my objectives here. I will relate my Empress's desires to you and your accomplishments to her. Anything you require of the Empire's resources, I will obtain. I shall be your ally, your spokesman, and I hope your confidant. You have my vow on it.
Okay, so hold up. So I keep seeing the same login screen, and I have for forever. We've identified Malgus, Henri, Lana, the two Jedi people we've already dealt with, and now this dude. That only leaves two characters which we haven't found out who they are. The green Twi'lek woman and the Selkath.
I look forward to working together.
As do I. Now, if I may impose upon you a bit more before we delve into official matters, I would love a tour of your base. The stories I've heard.
Of course. I'll show you around myself.
Wonderful.
I believe so, yes, Mike.
Lead the way.
It's just, I've been seeing it this whole time, so, it's been kind of hard not to speculate on who those characters were. Because when I first started seeing them... Oh, you have no idea how bad it was, Rose. When I first started seeing them, I could only identify Malgus, and, I've just been chipping away as we go through. There we go.
Our military wing. Commodore Pardax commands our fleet and ground forces.
Your soldiers come with the highest recommendation. To overcome the forces of Zakul, where so many others failed, they must be magnificently deadly. A pity to have lost the Eternal Fleet. But victory will be ours regardless.
And no, I agree with you, Triaxia. Wow, that's a strange effect. And no, Henri is kind of like a light yellowish green. This is a very deep, like, forest green. Yeah, I won't bore you, Ross. Don't worry.
The way that imp glared at me.
It wasn't good. Moving on.
Our underworld trading experts. You've already spoken with Hylovis.
Your integration of otherwise criminal activities and personnel is truly innovative. Where others see risk, you see opportunity.
My crews appreciate those free fly codes. Never had smoother sailing in Imperial territories.
Of course, whatever aids the Alliance aids the Hack.
When you say that... No. No, that's not either. It was WoW Music Master. Let's go with... There we go. There's the song I was looking for. Probably pancakes. Just think, they could have implemented a mission board. Now, the joke there is that there are mission board missions in this game. It's how crafting operates. Whoops.
Our Force Enclave.
I'm told your apprentices have trained with members of several Force-using groups, including Jedi. A valuable advantage in combat. Perhaps we could arrange some shared training with the Overseers on Korriban? I'm sure they would have much to learn.
Yeah, no kidding, Bella.
Our science labs. Dr. Ogorov leads our research teams.
A hot scientist. The reports were true. It's wonderful to meet you, Dr. Ogorov.
You must be Darth Rivix. I cannot thank you enough for the wealth of materials you forwarded. Targeted viral pathogens, cross-species manipulation of cerebrocortical structures. Truly fascinating research.
Thrilled to oblige.
Right. What are you having on my base, Happy Hut? That turns me around. Yeah, at this point, Korriban probably shouldn't even really be there, but whatever.
This view is magnificent. You have so much to be proud of.
Don't know if I agree with that, but thanks. Yeah, just make a terrifying, lethal, deadly planet of death, Doom. And win.
The cantina. Care for a drink?
Not at the moment, but I would love to share one later. I'm very impressed. You must be quite proud of what you've achieved here.
I am. Ready to get started?
Absolutely.
Korriban hasn't been the Sith capital in a long time. Help me out with the timeline here. Django, you're the expert in this particular era. Actually, I think Malachor is, but whatever. Like, I know it hasn't been, at the very least, since Tenebrae built up Roman Cause.
The destruction of the Meridian Complex on Corellia continues to accelerate our war efforts. We've won decisive victories in the Bormir, Atravis, and Anoat sectors. The Republic is reeling. Perfect conditions for the Hand to press the advantage.
The Republic will fall. It's only a matter of time.
With your leadership, it cannot be otherwise. We are solidifying supply lines and secure communications between Odessen and the rest of Imperial space. An initial deployment of security personnel and patrol ships is already en route. All subject to inspection and approval by your staff, of course. We would like to deploy an additional complement. Assault troops, transports, and so on, to serve in your missions. Having them here, ready to move at your command, would seem logical.
Any more troops that are stationed here will have restricted access, I'm sure you understand.
Of course. We are your allies, not an occupation force. Now then, there is one other matter that needs your attention as we spin up the Hand's day-to-day operations. The troops selected to join the Hand are among the Empire's best. But given your extensive combat experience, I thought you might like to order additional training?
It would be a good opportunity for them to integrate with our current forces. See to it.
Of course. I believe that concludes our business for the day. Do you require anything else?
Any word on Darth Malgus? I haven't seen him since Corellia.
You are not alone in that. No one has seen him since the battle. It's all rather mysterious. Perhaps he was more badly injured than anyone knows. Or perhaps he's gone rogue again. But surely that's not possible.
Meanwhile...
I will not return. I will not return.
Hold up.
I will not.
Okay.
Once again, your vital signs have elevated far beyond ideal values. I am concerned that these episodes pose a risk of permanent damage.
Then stop them.
I have already removed all physical modifications related to your loyalty assurance protocols. These hallucinations are the result of psychological manipulation. To correct such potent mental conditioning is beyond my program's scope of practice. Honestly, I am unaware of any technique capable of editing the pathways of your mind so extensively.
It just keeps coming up, doesn't it?
I have heard of one possibility. Set course for Dantooine.
Dantooine. They're on Dantooine, Mike Delano. $50-something at this point.
Ah! We've waited too long as it is. Something is wrong. I'm sure of it.
Smashing up the place isn't gonna solve anything. We'll find the ship.
Also, this is my stuff. Could you stop breaking it, please?
All right.
I take it there's no sign of the transport with Satele and her followers.
Nothing. It isn't responding to our signals. And we've already checked the next scheduled stop. No sign.
Which leaves just about 200 or 300 systems to search.
There must be another way!
Let's start by not breaking anything. This furniture wasn't free.
Go easy on him. It's been hundreds of years since he felt real emotions. He's a bit out of practice. All we can do is start searching from the ship's last known coordinates, which, for us, could take forever. So we get an expert.
Hi, T7.
We'll send T7 out with an escort and all the probe droids we can find. They'll cover more ground and sort through sensor readings faster than we ever could. T7 works his astromech magic, crunches the probe data to pick up a trail, and we find our missing ship in a matter of days or weeks, instead of years.
I can't think of anyone better for the job.
I was gonna say, it's just the JK gang
That's everything
again.
settled then. As soon as we get coordinates, you'll be the first to know.
Except, you know, written well.
Don't worry, your furniture's safe. He'll calm down in a bit.
Yes, he will. Somehow, Lolam lost. The lore runner returned. I'm sorry, I had to go for that. Alright, what kind
You
of...
don't demand anything, Jakaya. Certainly not from her.
If you're risking your life out there, I'll demand what the clan requires.
What's going on?
It seems I'm a child in need of a parent.
You're Mandalore, the Avenger. You have responsibilities to all of us.
So you often tell me.
Who's this?
Jakaya Ordo. One of my best. He managed to avoid my notice for too long, but now I've put him to work. Though I'm having second thoughts.
I would gladly go back to being an unknown, Great Mandalore. I prefer the talk of warriors to the endless jabbering of politics.
The curse of being skilled at both, you old rancor.
So you're the one. Not sure if I should call you Commander.
Friend is fine, if it's all the same to you.
Friend it is. Bersha in Mandoa. The fact is, I wanted to meet you. I only know your reputation. I don't know you. It's my job to take a hard look at anyone this close to Mandalore. Had a lot of dealings with your kind, Sith. I'll never understand what drives you, but I respect your focus.
I've worked with Shay a long time with no problems. What changed?
You don't clean a gun when you're under fire. I keep things running around here because everything has a place. Except you. It was time to get your measure.
And?
I've seen your face. Looked into your eyes.
You have?
That's what I wanted.
That's impressive.
Satisfied?
For now.
Good. I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Some clan grumbling to track down. More than the usual complaints. Ras and I will check into it. Jakaya out.
Ras?
His brother. They're a family of Mandalorians. Lost a sister a few years back.
Something wrong?
That's the first time he's mentioned a clan issue. He oversees a lot of the day-to-day details without a word.
Do you trust him to deal with this?
Yes. If I didn't, he wouldn't have my support. I may grow restless at the jabbering of politics, but I will do right by my clans. He's better for rooting out this kind of thing anyway. He kept an assassin's knife out of my gut more than once. You're a leader. How would you deal with unrest in the ranks?
I'd obviously kill them all.
If a group has a problem, it's usually for a reason. Maybe they see something you don't.
We have more in common than I thought. Mandalorians must be allowed to speak out, to think for themselves, to be effective. Jakaya demands order. Everything working together as a whole. I understand, and it keeps it all running, but I don't work that way. Well, looks like I've got reports to review on escort missions we've been overseeing. Jakaya snuck them into the transmission. Sneaky Jakar.
I'll leave you to it.
It's okay, Rama. We only have another expansion after this one. Oh god, kill me. Kill me. I mean. I mean, in all honesty, Onslaught has been net positive. I mean, it's showing up here. It's just... I didn't give Koti, not counting the patch content, any story negatives. I think that says all it needs to about the variants, you know? Now what?
Did you learn anything from the clans?
Nothing I haven't mentioned before. A lot of heated words. Some are saying Mandalorians are just glorified couriers.
Still unable to see past their next fight. All tactics and no strategy.
However restless you are in the position, Mandalore, you sound like a leader.
I sound angry. My blaster is still a better negotiator than I will ever be. What about the escort runs?
Silence. But only a fool would believe they haven't heard something.
What happened?
Some of the cargo ships we were looking after ran into trouble. Mostly scouts sniffing around. But one exchanged fire. We've been looking into it.
Jakaya.
Bersha, we meet again. I've been keeping an eye on you.
And?
Mandalore was right to stand by your side.
Yeah, I'm with Magister Rama. I have nothing to say to that. He just has a god complex. He has a big ego. The end.
I do what I can.
Modesty.
Tell me more about these cargo runs. Who would attack Mandalorian ships?
That's the real question. They're well equipped and they know our methods.
What can I do?
Your offer is appreciated, but we have things in hand.
Any theories?
A few. It's not bandits. It's not even a cartel looking to make a mark. This feels different. Like they're testing our defenses. I know you object, Mandalore, but we must look closer to home.
I don't object. I just want to be sure. Would some of the clans really go that far?
I'm not ruling it out. Like I said, there were some heated words.
Like Shay said, we need to know more before we jump to conclusions.
I understand. But something is making my trigger finger itch. We should have clamped down harder on the clans when we had the chance. The wound has festered.
No, Mandalorians aren't droids. We're best when we don't have some restraining bolt on our neck, even if it costs us.
Put a stop to this, or I will.
It won't come to that. If your help is needed, we'll ask. But enough talk. Our agreements must continue. We gave our word those cargo transports would be safe.
Understood, Mandalore. I'll see if I can draw the enemy out. Can't fight what we can't see. If I'm lucky, I'll make them mad enough to come out and play. Jakaya out.
I'd prefer a fight to all this sneaking about.
Agreed. Keep me informed.
Count on it.
Sorry, I was trying to look up something. I was trying to figure out who the first big Sith Lord was. And I could be wrong, but it looks like it's Marco Ragnos. He was way back. That was before Naga Sadao. That was before Ula Queldrama or Exar Kun or any of that crap. Oh. That's odd. Ajun to Paul? Well, hang on. So...
T7, you found the ship with Satil Shan and her students.
Finally. Great work.
We need those coordinates now. There isn't a moment to spare.
Oh, right. Ajunta was the one who, yeah, who was part of the Exiles. I honestly tend to forget he even was a Sith. So I guess Ajunta would predate him by a couple thousand years. Live, T7, live!
Fall back. We have the coordinates. Leave it to us.
Wait, what? No! T7!
We need to get there now. The servants have found their master.
The servants? I can't believe there are any of them left.
You speak of the former Emperor's hand. Servant 1, Servant 2. Their ilk.
Precisely. Those two are long dead. But there were more behind them. More than even I knew. Each time we think we've killed the last of them, more always appear.
We have to get moving.
Somehow.
If the servants are involved, this is even worse than we thought.
I'll call in everyone we have. We'll wipe them out. Every last one.
Yes.
No. If Tenebrae has truly cheated death yet again, anyone we take with us is another potential puppet for him to dominate.
We can't risk taking anyone else. They won't be able to resist the Emperor's control like we can. I'll get a shuttle prepped. Meet me as soon as you're ready. One way or another, this ends today.
It looks like Tulak Horde was actually before Marco Ragnos, although it doesn't actually say when. Like, it doesn't actually go into specifics. By default, Calig would also then be before Marco Ragnos as well. God, I hate Ancient Sith so much. Stupid, dumb name, dumb outfit, dumb idiots who are dumb. God damn it. Let's see, when was Crash? That's probably why it's so damn vague, Django. Fresh. I don't know why I even looked this up. Of course Kresh was after Mark Ragnos. Kresh was the one who went up against Sado after Ragnos died. I hate them, Nero says. I don't have a better way to put that. I hate pretty much everything about the old Sith. And I've never changed my mind on that. The more I learn about them, the less I like them. It doesn't help that they stretch across a period of time of about 4,000 years.
I realize this is something you must do without me, but I couldn't let you go without at least wishing you luck. The way this is unfolding, I'm completely disheartened. I never dreamed we'd face Valkorion again, and now you must do so without my help. I hope you know that if I could, I would be by your side for this.
I always appreciate your concern, but I hate making you worry. This will be over soon. I promise.
I don't doubt it. Just stay safe.
Good, you're still here. I was hoping to catch you before you took off.
What is it, Theron?
I hope there's room for one more on that shuttle, because I'm going with you.
Theron, when did you master being able to walk? Okay, whatever.
I appreciate the thought, but are you sure?
I know it's risky, but Satele is in trouble. I have to help. I lost one parent. I'm not just standing by and letting the other one go. Not if there's something I could do to save her. Whatever the Emperor's doing, I can resist it. I was on Ziost. He didn't control me then. Sure as hell won't let him affect me now.
Commander.
We need to speak with you. Before you go...
Oh my god, okay.
Whatever you need to say, I'm listening.
We're coming with you. We helped you defeat Valkorion before, and we won't abandon you now. Whatever this weapon is that he's unleashed, I'm sure it won't have any power over Arkan and I.
This is just as much our responsibility as it is yours. If there's the slightest chance Valkorion could return, we must do what we can to stop him.
Sorry to interrupt your send-off, but we need to get going.
We will accompany you.
I'm going too.
That is really not a good idea.
Kira is correct. Too many are already infected by Tenebrae's weapon. Bringing you is too great a risk.
That's not your call to make. The only orders I'm following are the commander's.
All right then. What do you think?
That. The box is always with us. Well, we could say, join us! Or we could say, don't join us. I know there's 3 options, but there's really 2. Oh, I romance the box every night, if you know what I mean, Cademan. But, we can either have them join us or not. That's what it boils down to. That's true. Theron never betrayed us. Screw it.
I wasn't expecting anyone to offer to come with us, especially since we don't truly know what we're up against. We're going to need all the support we can get. Thank you.
If that is your decision.
It is.
Then let us proceed as carefully as possible. This changes the entire plan.
I wish you all good luck, and I'll keep our forces here on high alert. Should you need us, just say the word.
We appreciate the support, Lana. Thank you.
Whatever you need.
Enough talk. Let us depart before we lose the droid.
We're here, scanning the transport. Power fluctuations, system failures. Looks like the engines are out of commission. There's a ship parked in the hangar bay, but I can't tell if it's T7 shuttle or the servants.
There's our answer.
We'll have to go in through one of the airlocks, but we can't connect while they're shooting at us.
Leave them to us.
Locked on and sealed. We're ready to go in.
Your Jedi friends will be all right. You can trust me.
I hope so.
You know, they have mentioned twice now.
Embrace the power.
In what I can only refer to as a certainty of tone, that this is totally going to be Tenebrae again, right? I really hope that's just misdirection. I'm still just holding my breath, you know? Oops, that's actually the wrong side.
Now it's the compressor.
Impossible! I checked it not 5 minutes ago!
Check it again!
Wait, that's... what? Who are these yahoos?
What's going on down there? We must leave immediately.
Doesn't make sense. Every time we repair one system, another fails.
Thanks,
That must be T7's handiwork. Wonder where he's hiding. Let's find a way to take these guys down quietly once their boss disconnects. No sense...
You will not escape. The ship will be your tomb.
Damn it, Scourge.
You were saying?
Oh my god, this is a comedy episode, isn't it?
Come on!
And yeah, this is Tenebrae's C team. This is funny.
You survived.
Yes, it is the... Oh my god, that would have been hysterical. They need to do a story about that sometime. Yes, you thought you killed the great Dark Lord and his prize servants and their servants, but I remained, and it's just... It's like Bob from accounting, you know? Now witness the firepower. Oh shoot, I dropped my blaster. Hang on. Alright, here we go. Oh, the safety's on. Give me a second. I can never figure out how to disengage this thing. Ugh. Whatever. The Force is my ally. And the powerful ally. What? And he just trips and falls and breaks his neck.
Ah!
Are you all right?
I will be. Soon.
D7!
It's good to see you too, little guy. Great work stalling them till we could get here. So these guys aren't our only problem, then? Who else would even know about this?
It doesn't matter. Anyone who stands against us will die. Must die.
They may have come for the same reason we did. We shouldn't assume they're enemies.
Agreed. Containment should be our first priority anyway. Alright, I'll take T7 and make sure the engines and hyperdrive are permanently shut down. Weapons and shields, too. Just in case.
We must still ensure that no one who has boarded this ship can leave. We cannot risk this corruption spreading.
We should check all the escape pods, then launch them before anyone can use them.
That mystery shuttle in the hangar, too. T7 can take our shuttle out once we've finished sabotaging everything.
Agreed. Stay in contact.
This is a weird patch content, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, were you there for my Oblivion review, Magister? Because the great and most like, the most amazing, powerful necromancer the setting has ever seen, wandered off and drowned to death during my battle with him. It's in the clips. It's in the highlight reel. You should watch it. It's great. I'm so sorry, Ross. Also, why would you watch the worst episode of TOS, which I can say freely now, instead of any of the ones that are actually worth a damn?
Embrace the power.
Can I help you? Oh my god, why are they spawning more of you? Let it. Anyways. You know, that's a good point. I haven't seen any sensor droids.
Power of the Sith.
This is all just a dream. That's what this really is. Okay.
You survived.
Wow. Alright, all the way back at the beginning then. I keep looking at the question queue, but I don't think any of the people are here. Oh, no, I saw Sean. So Sean asks the question that people have argued about for about 15 years at this point. Do you think Palpatine was faking it when he was like, "Oh, I'm too weak, please don't kill me," to Mace Windu? I think he was faking it. But, you know, I'm curious what everyone else thinks because, of course, everybody disagrees on that. And probably thinking, you just think he's faking because it's Palpatine. No, there's two reasons I think he was faking. Number one, after a very brief pause with no real, chance to recover, he has no problem killing the crap out of Mace Windu, and enjoying the hell out of it, I might add. Unlimited power, etc., etc. Second thing, the cagey look, yeah, when he was gauging their reactions. Now, that's one of those interesting things about judging fiction. Because even if the writer doesn't intend something, an actor can put a nuance into their performance which isn't in the script, which can change what's actually happening, right? So it's possible that Ian McDiarmid did that, and wasn't really, supposed to or whatever, or maybe it wasn't intended that way, in order to imply... Oh, there's an elevator. In order to imply that he was faking. And yeah, you get the idea, right? So, based on what we see in the movie, regardless of what the author says, I think Palpatine was faking, based on those 2 points of evidence. And yet, the line itself, it's actually funny. Because the line itself is so badly written that it sounds like bad acting.
Huge.
Yes.
Huge.
Yes. Is there a question?
Why such a huge ship?
Oh, it doesn't matter. We need to stay focused.
This is definitely the comedy episode. Yeah, actually, that's a good comparison, Mr. Blasty. You wouldn't deprive an old man his walking stick. That's what that scene felt like. But again, this is why this has been debated for so long. Because it's not just writers and creators that disagree. It's, people, viewers. It's huge, Scourge. Are you going somewhere with this? Scourge, you don't understand. Where do you want me to go, game? There's an up. There's an up. Excuse me. Oh, I don't know. 90 or so, J. Palmer. Ironically, I tend to agree with Jonko on that point. Although, let's be clear, the actual biggest villain in all of Star Trek is Rick Berman. See, that's a little bit more nuanced, Consulate. See, in my opinion, there's no debate. By the time he pulled the "I'm too weak, oh god, please don't kill me," he was definitely faking. The other question, which is a lot harder to judge, is was he faking the entire fight? Now, there are two bits of evidence here in both directions, because of course there are. On the one hand, Mace Windu... On one hand, Mace Windu is able to duel Palpatine effectively to a standstill for quite some time, for several minutes, which is very impressive. Mace Windu is also skilled at fighting specifically dark side, Force users, so. On the other hand, Palpatine murders the other Jedi Masters that are present in literal seconds, and then just kind of holds Mace Windu for however many minutes. Unfortunately, I would say neither of these pieces of evidence are sufficient by themselves to really judge how the fight was actually go. Now, based on how Palpatine is shown in other works that are canon, Clone Wars being a big one, I think Palpatine was toying with Mace Windu.
Tight on those shuttles.
Probably not actually for the purposes of delaying until Anakin showed up. I don't think that occurred to him until Anakin did show up. Palpatine wasn't skilled at planning everything out. He was skilled at adapting on the fly. We've talked about this before when comparing him to other people like Vitiate. So, that's my take on that. But there's nothing really codifying that in any direction, because screw you.
That's the last of them.
Now, in the rewrite, we can decide definitively.
Escape us now.
You truly hate them, don't you?
They are beyond contempt. They betrayed their empire, betrayed the entire galaxy, to absolutely no purpose. As Sith, we break our own chains, choose our own path, overcome all that stands in our way. These wretches wear the name servant with pride. They happily enslave themselves to a madman. That the Sith ever tolerated them is repugnant. That we still contend with their delusions after all these years.
Today, we eliminate them once and for all.
I will savor each death. Let's make our way to the hangar. We need to find out who else seeks to wear the former Emperor's chains.
You'll notice I didn't even bring up the novel, where in the novel it's really clear that he's playing with Windu. But as we've talked about before, that's not canon, and I didn't want to bring that into the discussion.
We left only a few droids to guard the ship. To cause this much damage,
Someone else must have been fighting the servants.
These scorch marks are from lightsabers.
Yes. The servants used them. But who was here to fight them?
That's an Eternal Empire shuttle. From Zakuul.
Old servants and new, vying for scraps from their once great master. Pathetic.
Yeah, and he uses it, Mike Kamano. Pushes himself past him.
How could any of the Zakuul Knights know about this?
I love the servants just chilling in the
They
background.
were closer to their master than we knew. I sense no one on board.
Well, that's one way to make sure.
Shield generators are toast. We're taking the weapons offline now.
We've launched all of the escape pods and cleared the hangar. There may be Zakuulans on board.
Just what we needed. We'll keep our eyes open.
Time to take the bridge.
I'm ready.
Get to the bridge. It's huge!
We'll clear out here. Once you've got the ship disabled, we'll come back you up.
But no, I have no interest in arguing that for this hyper-billionth time. What I have an interest in is deciding how that fight's going to go on the rewrite. Or even if that fight's going to exist. Oh, we've always been the smuggler, J-Paul. We've never stopped.
How could you afford a ship this size?
We didn't. Kira stole it.
Hey, don't drag me into this. I wanted to take the Corvette. Faster,
Brace
more
the
maneuverable. About 10 less decks to clean.
I need my space.
I'm doing alright, Yada. Tired. But that's mostly just because I'm really drained. Yeah, I was debating Lord Harriman. Because... well, one of the things we've already kind of thought about, Kay, is that several of the Jedi Order actually joined Palpatine in the creation of the Galactic Empire. Which is an idea I like so much I think I'm going to commit to that. And Windu could have been one of the few who refused. For whatever reason. We could go any direction with that. Maybe he refused because, you know, it's like, oh my god, you're evil. Maybe he refused because he wanted his own particular faction to take prominence. Who knows? We can go wherever with that. But either way, we could have a thing where Palpatine actually effectively goads him into the fight, or maybe them into the fight, and then uses that in order to try and gauge more support for his takeover of the Jedi Order. Yeah, exactly, Blade Traval. And remember, our Jedi Order isn't quite the same as theirs, but it's still pretty stupid. Less stupid, ironically. Oh no, we're gonna make Palpatine evil, but I think I want him a little less cackling mwahaha. I haven't decided that yet, to be truthful.
You survived.
Engines are history. This thing won't be moving another centimeter. Unless an even bigger ship comes along to tow it, of course.
Enough!
Sorry, you're right. There is no ship big enough to tow a scrap pile this size.
Enough!
Okay, I'm giving a plus to their banter. I can't believe that they've made Scourge and Kira into a buddy cop situation. But yeah, the idea is for it to be a bit of a religious schism kind of a thing. And the Jedi Order literally chunks, right? We could even make Palpatine a former Jedi if we want to go that route with it. Because remember, we were thinking about just kind of ejecting the very concept of there being a dark side. And instead, it's just people who have become evil. You know, like we were talking about with A New Hope, you gave in to the dark side of being a politician, as opposed to, you know, you're channeling evil energy or whatever. Still not sure about that one. Still not sure about that one. Ah, so you've been playing Outer Wilds, Gum Gum. I knew it. Hello, Servant Guard. Goodbye, Servant Guard. Oh, I have to kill you. God damn it. Oh, yeah. It depends on how we use the Force, Space Cadet, which is, of course, the first question we have to decide. Once we've decided what the Force is, we can decide things like, can you be a Force user and also be an X, Y, or Z? Now, I like that idea personally, but that's why deciding what the Force is the first step in the rewrite. Everything else sits on that. But even what we're talking about just now, Palpatine, is, you know, how and what and why and where depends on what Force is.
These corpses.
Scions of Zakul. Their leader told me they would return when it was their time to die.
They must have taken the ship off course in the first place. But were they trying to hide from us? Or the servants? Are they allies or enemies?
The Scions follow their prophecies above all. There's no way to know whose side they're on.
Then we approach with caution, assuming any of them are still alive.
So many lives lost. It must end, here and now.
Revan.
The end is closer than ever before, but the threat is as dire as we could have imagined. The ritual inscribed on Tenebrae's body, the plague that was unleashed, is feeding on its victims' minds. Tenebrae is being remade. I can feel it. You must intervene before it's too late.
How many negatives did I promise if Revan came back?
I thought you had become one with the Force on Yavin.
As long as Tenebrae's spirit remains, so will mine. He must be obliterated, utterly and completely.
That is our plan. Kira will lead us in meditation. We will join our minds with Satil's and end his blight on the galaxy. Forever.
Then go, quickly. I will aid you as best I can.
I really hate to tell you this, Scourge, but we've gotten rid of him permanently, once and for all, before.
Does Kira know you've been working with Revan?
I did not mention the specifics. Kira fought his followers on Yavin. I wasn't sure she would trust him. Come, the end is in sight.
You know, I've heard that before. Just point it out. Not that I agree with you at all, Kay. In fact, I think that's the most wrong I've ever heard you be. But, sorry, I shouldn't poke. I'm sorry. What you're saying sounds a lot like an argument I've heard, which I don't know if I agree with. And it boils down to Yoda shouldn't use a lightsaber. And like I said, not sure what I think about that.
Heskel's prophecy.
At last, we are here.
You will not stop this! You cannot stop this!
You will never win! Valkorion's last vestige will be saved from your corruption!
You were puppets! Fools! We were his true followers. Only we knew the true shape of his power, of his plan.
Oh my god. His various cults are fighting each other over him. That's hysterical.
You were all puppets. The man you're so obsessed with never cared about any of you.
Why should a god care for the insects beneath him? His designs were beyond any of us, and they will not be stopped. He is master of the Force, master of us all. To stand against such power is to be destroyed.
My father manipulated you just as he manipulated us. Deception was his greatest power.
We thought we were a family, that we knew him. We were wrong.
Please, let this madness end.
The end will come only when it serves him.
If destruction is what you crave, you shall have it.
I am the weapon of his will. None can stand against his power.
Okay. Listen, she's a crazy zealot. You can't really negotiate or reason with crazy zealots. It's not really in their job description.
Feel the power of the Sith.
I mean, it's kind of a full-time career, Lilith was. I said I would, Django. Tenebrae hasn't returned yet. It's okay. Cool. Somehow, Tenebrae didn't return. Truly the most shocking thing of all. By the way, some of you might not have caught the joke here. The name of the song that I played for that fight is Blinded by the Light.
More deaths to lay at my father's feet.
Master Satil, she's still alive. But Trad and Syl are dead, and the rest aren't far from it. So much darkness. We have to hurry.
Form a circle, quickly.
I'll keep you covered from here, just in case any stragglers are hiding out.
Theron?
She's my mother. I'm glad I can help, but I don't think I want to see the inside of her mind.
Okay.
We're going to join our minds with Satil's to help her fight. Focus your minds on her. Watch her breathing and try to match it. Close your eyes. Let my voice guide you. Listen. Follow my voice. The Force unites us all. Through the Force, all things are one. Follow my voice. Follow. I can't sense the others. I'm not sure if they made it in.
Unexpected guests. Fascinating. Who are you?
Whatever game this is, you won't fool us.
Ah, of course. Who else could you be? I've heard so much about you.
You're fine.
So yeah, this is a fork. I think. Yeah, the backup copy that he placed back in his body forever ago. It's not as bad. It's still bad. This is honestly probably still negative territory. Depending on what they do with it. Like, they could do a lot of interesting things with the idea of of a Tenebrae from however long ago he made that backup copy, probably centuries ago at this point. I don't think they're going to do any of those cool things, but I just wanted to mention that it is possible to do some cool things with that concept.
Impressive.
Most impressive.
What the?
My wayward child. You of all people should know better than to challenge my strength.
Also, I've gathered from this Jedi's memories. Your minds are resilient, to say the least. Adapting so quickly. Resisting so ably.
This isn't the first time we've faced each other. You don't remember?
This Jedi remembers, though she clearly lacks details.
You aren't who you pretend to be.
I am, and I am not.
That's your original body, isn't it? You're not Valkorian or vitiate. You're Tenebrae.
As shrewd as I've been led to believe.
The ritual carved into him isn't a plague. It's an imprint. An echo of who he was back then.
It has taken longer than I'd hoped to recompose myself.
But time has never been in short supply. Not for me.
To be honest, I've quite enjoyed the process. The memories this Jedi and her followers have of me, of us. Quite amusing.
Am I supposed to think you're so old that shirts hadn't been invented?
Poor simple-minded creature. Do not fear. Soon, you will not have to think at all. The version of me that you knew became too complacent, too distracted by mortal concerns, empires, wars, even a family. I have seen where that path led. I'm not so easily distracted now. I will succeed where he failed. And thanks to you, I have a choice of interesting bodies to carry me to victory.
So, rather than being a nuanced and interesting character, you've decided to revert to being Pac-Man. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on that. To clarify, that is not doing something interesting with this concept.
live.
Anything, Jay Palmer? I'm gonna go with anything else. Yeah, you know what? Django is quite correct. I wouldn't bring him back, even if... Like, I know you're arguing it's not really him. Narratively, we're just bringing the character back without the baggage of actually bringing the real character back. So, Tenebrae's dead. Tenebrae is dead. Yay! It actually stuck. This is Tenebrae 2. I still wouldn't have done that. That's still bad. It still kind of diminishes the whole thing. Hi, Arcano. Again, I guess. Apt, Nero says. Okay, I don't even know what I just looted, or why. But sure. Yeah, no, it's kind of cheap. Wait a second. Just imagine if we were Jedi Knight, which we totally are, right? Wink, wink.
You'll live.
Forget they brought Brevin back for no good reason. I've said this for years. You can do good fan service. It's possible. That takes time. That takes work. That takes effort. No, yeah, doing something purely for fan service, I think I've seen that succeed like twice ever. And in both cases, honestly, it arguably wasn't even fan service. It was more like celebration of the franchise.
You lash out with such conviction. Don't you see how pointless it all is?
I control this place. All that happens, every motion occurs by my design.
And you are no different.
You cannot succeed, only die alone.
In the fight against you, no one is alone.
Hi, Raven.
He divided us. He knows that together, we are stronger than he can ever hope to be.
I'd be honored to fight by your side.
Together, we will end him. We'll find Sutil and the others at the center of all this. Come on!
Well, they didn't aggro me yet, so... But that's because Darren DePaul is amazing Caspian. And, you know, always has been. So, Real quick. Giga Pudding, I know you're not here. You're not here. But if you're on the VOD, Giga Pudding, this is for you. If I can find it. Oh, shit, where is it? Oh, no, it's not there. No! Hang on. There it is. Alright, Revan, let's dance! Okay, we're done. Yeah, I like how Vitiate sounds boring. Of course he does. Darren DePaul sounds amazing. Because of course he does. I'm not gonna punish Revan. And, like, the new voice actor they brought in for Tenebrae sounds bad. Didn't I just come through here? I did. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's hard to describe because I've heard worse voice acting, but it doesn't sound good. I am the evil one. And you can tell because I talk like this. Like,
you believed you had won, that your achievements outweighed your losses, that your sacrifices meant something. Anything.
After all that I have done, all that I have enslaved, all that I have destroyed, you should have known.
You do not know the true face of power, but you will. Very soon. You will.
Listen to the difference in quality of those three actors back to back. Darren DePaul, yes. There's like a flatness to how he speaks. You can believe he's got that ego trip going because he sells it with his voice. Then you have Vitiate, who sounds dumb. And then you have Tenebrae, who sounds like that's a good word. Generic. He sounds like every other Sith I've ever heard in the history of the ever. If you just played some of Tenebrae's lines for me and said, who is this? I'd say he's just some Sith. Is this a quest giver on Korriban at level 5? Because it sounds like it. Thank you, Dean Badine. Always appreciate, and I will put that towards the messenger, and getting a better voice actor for the villain of the entire game. He does, Mr. Blaster. There's a confidence in how DePaul is voicing him. Now, I don't know how much of this is down to direction. I don't know how much of this is down to writing. I don't know how much of this is down to acting. It is entirely possible that the reason that, you know, Valkorian's voice sounds so good is just because Darren DePaul is that talented of an actor who knows how to lend that kind of weight and gravitas to his voice. And to really hammer this point in at the end here, Tenebrae sounds like a generic Sith. Valkorian does not. Z for a second there. There we go. I mean, if you think about it, of course there's medical droids in Satil's mind. They're omnipresent. Nobody pays attention to droids, okay? Nobody cares. Do you have to do forced encounter? Is it mandatory? Do you have to do this? Alright, fine. Yeah, it's a good question, Blade Toll. I don't know. Yeah, Z, C, and V tend to be my AoEs. as just a general standardization thing. Hey, Zach Taft. Hope work was okay for you. Yeah, they brought Malgus back. They brought back the Jedi Knight crew. They brought back Revan. They make Revan join us. And now they've brought back Tenebrae. They did. I'll actually agree with that.
I told you.
I control all that happens here.
I am immortal, infinite, endless.
Everything ends. Even you.
Oh my god.
I believe you tried to destroy me once before. You failed.
I saved you then. I will not save you now.
Fools!
He thinks you will be lost here forever, but you have always known the way to destroy him. Together, we will find his doom. Satil is stronger than this. Duplicate believes. She is not the easy prey he assumes. He gleans the facts of his other lives from the memories and impressions of Satil and her students. But he has only the knowledge of those events. This Tenebrae possesses none of the wisdom earned by experiencing them.
Do you know how long ago this impression of Tenebrae was made?
I can only theorize, but it must have been long before our time. Likely before even Revan's time. Do not share in his arrogance. He is more vulnerable than he would have us believe. But he is still the most dangerous being in the galaxy. If we fail to destroy him here and now, there may never be another opportunity. He is a relic of an era long past. Destroy him. Break the chains he uses to ensnare us all. Free the galaxy from his manipulations. Avenge me. Avenge your soul!
Yeah, I kind of thought I did that. Like, I love you, Mar, but feel like we've already done this song and dance. Oh, yeah, I remember this area. I need to free Tor from Tenebrae's grip and end the war with the Republic. Very next patch. Alright, let's go kill the Republic. Yeah, apparently I just need to work on my avenging skills, Magister. Jeez Louise. Oh my god. I have absolutely no idea what's going on at this point. I can't even guess. Behind the scenes, I mean.
At last, I understand.
So desperate for love. For approval. For self-determination.
Each more powerful than the last. And also easily manipulated. You must have been endlessly entertaining.
Ignore him. We're together.
Brother. Sister. We know. Brother.
We know what? That he's just as deluded and self-absorbed as our parents. You couldn't let me be free. You were so afraid to let me be what I am, you killed me. I wouldn't even be here if she hadn't dragged me along.
Dragged you along? What do you mean?
Not one clue what you're doing. As always.
Valen, please.
Please. Please what, Mother? Please stop reminding you of the truth. Does it hurt? Because it pales next to what you did to me.
Please listen to me, Valen. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but you deserve to hear this. I was wrong. He took you, and I said nothing. He caged you, and I stood by. He robbed you of the woman you were destined to be, but I let it happen. Others blame you for so much, but the fault is mine. How much pain and suffering might not have happened if I had just fought harder for you. I could have done more. I should have done more.
I know this isn't nearly enough to make things right, but I hope hearing this brings you some peace, Phelan.
Can we focus? There's someone else here who needs to die.
Foolish child. You could never hope to.
You presume limits to my power. There are none.
You must reach the center. Go.
This is just piling up negatives rapidly. I am not impressed. Give me a positive, Mike Damano. Lord knows I could use one right now. Funny, because I absolutely am not, Yada, but thanks for the lie, I guess. Is that a Flesh Raider? Oh my god, Spite is a Flesh Raider. I'm trying not to hold too much judgment down, but I've already jotted down 3 negatives for this, as promised. And ironically, they're all for different things, which I also stand behind. The irony is I'm not actually a cynic. I'm an idealist. That's the problem. It's a good question, Mr. Blasty. Of course, how would I know? Well, there's all the peeps.
What could you possibly be thinking?
You must realize by now that everything you do here is meaningless. The Jedi's mind can no longer resist me. It crumbles by the second.
When she is obliterated, only I will remain.
Watch, fight, flee, bring as many friends as you like. Nothing can stop me now.
You're starting to sound a bit desperate. Who are you trying to convince?
Mindless child!
Okay, that does look cool.
Look at them. Your Jedi and her weak-minded students. Barely clinging to life, to sanity.
They will fall. And once again, I will rise.
No. Your power is your weakness. It blinds you.
Jedi nonsense.
Precisely. My students and I, who are we to resist your power? You knew you could dominate us all. That you could tear a path through our minds, absorbing our essence, strengthening yourself, crashing through all our defenses one by one. In time, your victory was inevitable. In time, you would claw your way here, into the very core of my being. Into the heart of my trap.
Trap. Look around you.
Yes, look around me. Look at my students, each of them shaken to their core by the death and chaos that you helped create. Eager for help, guidance, strength. Had you focused on any one of them, you might have succeeded. But your ego wouldn't allow it. Why settle for one student when you could assault them all? And why limit yourself to the students when their master was close at hand? I never needed to beat you. I only had to let you think you were invincible. Until now. Until every person who knows your weakness firsthand could come to face you. Until the one person who proved you could be defeated came here to destroy you, once and for all.
I am master to all Sith. Not one can challenge my power.
Have you forgotten our ways so quickly? To overcome the Master is the heart of being Sith. Even you cannot escape it.
Enough! You will all learn the true depths of my power.
Vicious and Valkyrie. We face their full might.
You won't hurt anyone ever again.
The galaxy will be mine. Witness true power. Witness true power.
I think we actually can't lose. We auto-heal the moment our health goes down. He has several mechanics, but I actually don't understand them at all. I can't even target this thing, for example. Or these things. They're just there. I can AoE them, apparently. If I don't target. Let's see if you can realize that. Sure, let's do that. He also drops random crap in the ground, that's obvious. Don't stand the fire. But spamming AoE is going to take forever to kill elites, so I'm not even going to try that. He has way too much health, which kind of diminishes the victory lap thing, but what else is new? Also irritating because he spams those things that you're not supposed to stand in often. So as a melee character, you know, I'm trying not to have them be up in melee so I can actually hit the main guy. And also make it so that they can hit him without standing in that crap, which is also difficult. So, there's a button in the middle of my screen. I don't know if you saw it, because I sure as hell didn't. It's apparently an interrupt, although I don't... I'm not sure where the enemy cast bar is in this game. It's been a minute. You know, I'm not sure this ability is even doing anything. Like, I feel like it is. I've actually complained about this before. This game has a bit of a feedback problem. In several cases, it's kind of hard to see that you're doing anything. You sort of have to take it on faith. Something happened there? Oh. His health's going down, so I have to assume something's going on.
You think you know me?
Yeah.
You will suffer.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I sort of saw that coming.
Witness true power.
I've got a couple. Move. There we go. Whoops, whoops. I didn't mean to hit that. I meant to hit this. So that was supposed to interrupt him. It did not. Is he still channeling? You know, I thought he died for good last week, Django, so I have no idea at this point. I'm gonna hedge my bets and say no, he'll return in some manner or another in the future. Interrupt. It is not interrupting. Just keep it. Right? target is immune to interrupts. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Listen, Vitiate is just so well beloved. I have no idea. I have no idea. So surely there is a next phase.
Denied. I am immortal.
Well, you heard him. He's immortal. Nothing I can do about it.
We can do this.
The Sith will grow beyond you.
Jesus.
All your power cannot save you.
You have no power over me.
There's a lot of crap on the ground right now. Yeah, as soon as I saw I had the infinite health thing, I realized what the final phase's song would be. Good run, Magister. I recommend it. No, Django. It's got some good bones, really. This has the beginnings of what could be a legitimately good boss fight. But, way too much health on the mobs. And the fact that we can't bring back our allies, so we're actually removing some of those special abilities. So all we have left is a heal, which, okay, that's cool. And a bubble, which is useful, but that's it. I've tried several times to do something with these people, and I can't do anything with them. They're just there. Laying on the ground, chilling, like, hi. What's up? Oh, yeah. Now, part of the problem, this is kind of on me, but this ability right here is called Revan's Fury. This ability can only be activated once. Now, that's at the very end of the tooltip. I didn't read that part until I'd already used the damn thing. This is designed to clear trash. You're supposed to use it to outright destroy the trash in the in-between bridge phases. But I used it before that because I only read the first half of it, and not the second half, which mentioned the you get this once ever. That's not great either. Honestly, that probably shouldn't even be an option until the trash are out, since we know they can change what you have access to when. Exactly, Caspian.
Everything you've done.
Everyone you've betrayed.
That's a neat effect.
Everyone you've manipulated.
Look at that. Look at that.
Everyone you've murdered.
The Force seeks balance. Always.
No. No!
The Force is mine! I command it!
I am endless!
No. In the end, you are nothing.
Stay down.
Welcome back.
What is this?
A victory party. The best I could do on short notice. We destroyed him. Utterly and forever. The Sith Emperor will never rise again.
I'm sure I've heard that before.
Perhaps. But I think you know truth when you hear it.
Where is everyone else?
My son is helping Kira and Scourge. They're taking my surviving students to our old training grounds on Coruscant. Arkan and Senya have left for Odessen. Perhaps now they will finally know true peace. The rest... Darth Mar, Mitra Surik, Revan... I believe they are one with the Force at last.
Wait, how much time has passed?
That's not important.
Yes, it is.
You have given my son the home he always needed. I never expected a Sith to be the one to help him where I could not, but... he is content at last. Thank you.
Theron is a good man. And a good friend. I'm proud to be working with him.
Today, we defeated the most evil and destructive being in history. It has been centuries since the galaxy knew a day without Tenebrae's dark influence. Today is the first step toward a new future. Let's make that future a better one.
Ah, you're awake. Shouldn't need this then. Had an eventful day, have we?
He's gone, Lana. Destroyed. Forever.
Again.
I felt it.
Again.
Kira and Scourge had me pick you up from the hangar. Apparently they were the first to wake from the ritual. You were unconscious for more than an hour. What happened?
The Teal wanted a word with me.
That must have been interesting.
That's one way of putting it.
You'll have to tell me all about it. But first, what heading should I set?
Take us home, Lana.
Aaron Lanier. I understand you have quite a story to tell.
Who? Whatever. So that was that. And I believe, let me double check something. We're still in Onslaught. Yep. We have 2 dungeons to do. I'm going to take a brief AFK. Start up the next dungeon in a minute, and I'll update the HUD too. I'll be right back. Man, I can't hear you. Hey, all I hear is wind around here.
Make the jump on my order. Not a moment sooner. Understand me? Good. There you are. I need your help.
What happened?
My advisor, Jakaya Ordo, has gone dark, overseeing a cargo run. There's been trouble recently. Some of our escort missions have been harassed.
I recall you discussing it with him, yes.
Right. Jakaya was trying to flush this group out into the open. We both knew something big was coming. Looks like it's here.
How can I help?
That's what I like to hear. Jakaya was commanding my flagship, the Spirit of Vengeance 2. It takes a fleet to even slow that beast down. Whoever they are, they came prepared. You know, I expected somebody to take their shot at me. Even looked forward to it. But this is the work of cowards, not warriors. That's it. Jakaya's last known position. I'm bringing every ship I can find to that location. Meet me there.
Right behind you.
Bring an inferno, my friend. Vore.
I decided to give it 1+ to story, because that final scene was legit, and 1+ to gameplay for the parts of the game for the fight that were actually worth a damn. I give it 2 negatives to gameplay for the parts of the fight that were not, and 3 negatives to story for everything else. And yes, this is a solo story flashpoint. Also, I'm not sure if it takes a fleet to take that down is really impressive, since we know their fleets consist of like 10 ships. Or 4.
Perfect timing. We have a situation here with the Spirit of Vengeance.
Really?
I see that.
We need to get you on those ships if we're going to turn this around.
Understood. Can we cut the tethers? We tried, and almost ripped a hole in the Spirit.
Board each enemy ship, drop the power, and then deal with the tether. Is that clear?
Of course. I'll clear a path to the closest ship. Fast-dropping Ras Ordo for ground support. He's motivated. That's his brother we're looking for. I remember. Any word from Jakaya?
None. We need to move fast.
Just get them out of my way.
I was gonna say, isn't this right about when The Mandalorian was going live? I'm not sure of the timing. You know, season 1.
The guest of honor has just arrived, Mandalore. Badly, I might add. I'm Ras. You need a bandage or something?
No.
Maybe later. We've got some tethers to deal with.
That we do.
Excuse me. God, I love being able to stealth. I know it only works like half the time, but man. Well, I think about 700 years, Mr. Red. At least that's how it feels something. No, we'll finish Tor this week. I knew that last week. I'm not sure of the specifics, but we have 2 dungeons. Let me double check that. Yeah, we have 2 dungeons left, and then we're done with Onslaught. And then we will go ahead and start the next expansion. Probably today. Yeah, we're going to be catching up to current content very soon. It's actually... I know I haven't exactly been overly enthused about the content, but it's kind of weird being caught up on content. Like, as in, it's kind of weird going in completely blind. It's not something I do all that often when it comes to MMO stuff. I wonder if it'll be better than Endwalker. See you around, Crazy Norse. You have a good one. Speaking of which, since we're doing a dungeon, let's look at our questions. Most deceptive marketing I've seen for a video game that wasn't a mobile game. Is that a pile of bones? Nope, that's a pile of burning bones. Congrats, Psychotic. At least I assume that sounds like progress. No, I don't think Cyberpunk was deceptive in its marketing. It spent too much money on marketing, but wasn't actually outright deceptive. The first thing I was thinking of was No Man's Sky. Wait, they're what? Vigilant? Is that possible? Because No Man's Sky, there's literal lies that people told before that game came out. And then, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Mass Effect 3. Now, historical context and all, but some people tend to forget that they literally, factually, provably lied to us about Mass Effect 3 before the game came out. Like, we had interviews, screenshots, and proof. And then the game came out, and it was lies. So, that's cool. But no, I'm going to go with an oldie. Because there's one person who consistently lies more than everyone else and seems to get away with it in the industry. That's Peter Molyneux. And he's lied about almost every release he's ever pushed out. It's actually a shtick for him. I'm not joking. Look this up. Look this up. He will... What the frell? Why do I keep getting detected? What am I being detected by? Anyways, he will say this game is the most amazing thing ever. Then it will come out and he'll say, I always knew this game wasn't going to be as good as I thought it was. I'm sorry. But the next one will be the most amazing thing ever. And I'm not joking. You can actually track his progress. From Black and White to Fable to all kinds of... To just follow his trail. And he has said that consistently for literal decades. So that being stated... Any of the Peter Molyneux points I can point out, but I'm going to draw out Fable in particular. Django might appreciate this one. Because it was being billed specifically as a Morrowind killer. Like, they kept talking about how it had so much more depth and complexity in the quests and the world building and the activities you could do. And they kept... It wasn't just the fact that they were using the buzzword of Morrowind killer. Some of the interviews and adverts would say things like, you know how you go do a quest and it's done? Well, in Fable, you'll get to see the consequences of that quest long after you complete the quest. Your choices will have meaningful consequences on the world. It was all a load of garbage. Now, I should probably mention, before people get after me on this, Fable's not actually all that bad of a game. Not really. It took me years to accept that, though, because of how much lying, just straight up deception was in the lead up to Fable. Now, thank you, Fife, very much. I will jot that down for the Patchwalker. Much appreciate. Thank you. Well, I mean, how many years did we have to endure MMOs saying this one's going to be the WoW killer? None of them were. Spoilers. None of them killed WoW. I think it's the monsters. I think it's the beasts. Nope. Nope, that sucks. I wonder, can I... Nope, they still detect me for some reason. Yep. Alright, whatever. Oh! The best WoW killer out there? Rift. Now, that's funny, because I've gotten some serious hackles from people who say, "Nyeh!" whenever I talk about Rift, but it's funny because I'm actually more positive about Rift than not. At least I was, before, you know, it died horribly. I think it's actually technically still going, but yeah, Rift is gone. was a cool concept, though. They had some cool ideas. It was reasonably fun and smooth to play, and I actually played a lot of it with my sister. Guild Wars 2 was never a WoW killer. In fact, Guild Wars 2, the thing that caught my attention about the marketing lead up to Guild Wars 2 was they specifically said they did not want to compete with WoW. They wanted to just have their own thing and do their own thing and not think about WoW. And I mention that because they're one of the only MMOs ever to do that. Go figure. Let's see. I am forced by an asshole executive to put Vitiate in the next patch after killing him off for the third time.
Two of you are causing this trouble. Ha! Clan Varad was promised an army to fight.
You've got one.
You and the tiny one will be a nice bit of fun before ripping apart the spirit of vengeance. Field Marshal Cole will reward me well for your heads.
The tiny one is wondering if you ever stop talking.
Okay.
Time to get bloody.
Oh, there he is. He's behind me. So, let's see here. I can do anything, including having it just being a lore dump, but it has to be significant. How do I tackle this problem?
You will be destroyed.
So the obvious answer is we don't. We do not bring Vitiate back. He's dead. He's done forever.
But I am unstoppable.
But first, we kill Star Wars. Hi, Star Wars. All right. The funny thing is, the first answer that comes to me so quickly, I can't believe they didn't do it. So,
you will be destroyed.
I don't know why. We'd have to come up with an excuse, because that's what it would be. It would be an excuse.
But I am
We'd have to come up with some kind of excuse for why it is that we're playing as Vitiate, or more accurately, as Tenebrae. And then we would have roleplay sequences where we are playing as Tenebrae, probably Tenebrae and then Vitiate and then Valkorion, if we're being honest, and going through either his memories or just having historical recreation or a flashback, you know, something. He's dead, he's gone, but we need to know X, or maybe we're trying to reminisce on Y, or I don't know. We'll come up with, like I said, it's an excuse because some executive decided to be a dick about it, but that's where I'd go with it. In fact, that's kind of what I was referencing earlier. That's why it's so on the tip of my tongue. Is because I said bringing back a Vitiate clone isn't necessarily a bad thing because they could do things with it. That's one of the things you could do with that. They didn't, of course. They just had us kill him again for some reason. Whatever.
You are skilled, but I am unstoppable.
Okay.
That's one. We got two more tethers ripping the spirit apart. Get back to your ship.
It took a lot of damage on the way in.
She's right. We'll have to use an escape pod.
What from this game would I add to the AU? The Force! And Vitiate! The most important and impacting things from this game, obviously. I mean, I could actually tally up the numbers if you want, Django. Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure Vitiate has gotten a grand total of 6 pluses to story and 2 pluses to gameplay across everything. And I know he's gotten more negatives than that, so by simple math, no, I think he's a net negative. I know what you meant. Vitiate, by himself, was a net negative at the end. Okay, don't let me jump, that's cool. Like, Vitiate, I didn't give a single plus to, and Tenebrae, I didn't give a single plus to. So all the pluses counterbalancing that were on Valkorion. But I was counting it all as one character for obvious reasons. Medical droid just hanging out. Gong. Gong. Oh no, it's some war profiteers. Bye. It's food. Is that a chef hat on a droid? Also, this food looks terrible. Look at this. They've got core slugs. And whatever the crap this is. And then, like, look at this weird, just, I don't even know what that is. No, thank you. They got this crap over here. Do you have any food? Uh-oh. I've been detected by everything. Oh, God. Run! Run! Hello? Everything's fine here. Don't mind me! What is constantly de-stealthing me? Well, I think I've aggroed the entire floor. So, this is definitely going to let me do it. And yeah, no, okay. So, we're fine. Everything's fine. This is definitely going to work out for me. Oh yeah, we got this. We got this. Definitely. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. Behold the power of, like, an entire floor's worth of enemies all at once because they broke your stealth for some goddamn reason. Oh god, they've got healers in this bundle, too. Right, so there's no res at location, which is what I was actually counting on, because I'm an idiot. Okay, so can you not detect me this time, please? Appreciate you. Thanks. Yes, me. Still faster than killing them all, by the way. Doing this whole section twice is still faster than killing them all. What from the AU would I add to this game? Good question. Hyperfuel. No, I'm joking. Porks. Who did that?
It's damaged. No controls, and the fluctuating power keeps engaging the shields.
Can you fix it?
We just need to shut it down. That'll take care of the tether shields.
Do it.
Okay. Overriding safety protocols.
RAS, progress.
I'm getting there. One sec.
The dialogue option said be patient. That doesn't sound like I'm being patient.
Shield is down. Now, how do we cut the tether?
Shay, we need a little help.
Hang on.
Nice moves, Mandalore!
No word from Jakaya yet, so that force field must be blocking comms. Cut that last tether.
Only one way to get over there. This ship.
Face piracy it is. To the bridge.
Oh. Sorry, Nero says. I didn't even notice your message till it's too late.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
Work hard and we'll get a gold transport as well. We'll get 10.
Why would you want 10 gold cars? I mean transports. Ah, I see it. Yep. It's not all the mobs, it's just some of them, it looks like. The last ones were enforcers, too. That's cute. It's okay, there's only 7 of them.
Move with the escape pod. Clever. You just don't run into idea people anymore, you know? And then Shay swooping in? Wow. Almost a shame the Marshal wants you both dead.
Is this Marshal in charge of all this?
Yes. She's paying the bills. Or at least my bills. She's got high and mighty ideas about taking over the Mandalorians. I'm just here to keep the galaxy's guard dogs out of the way. We're Darmanda. Don't care about Mando politics. We just like getting paid. Speaking of which, I'm gonna wrap this up. That engine leak you caused is messing up my favorite ship.
Okay. Well, enjoy dying. And just like every relationship, Venters, you keep sending me towards terrible games! Thank you, Venters. Very much.
Cannot win.
Always appreciate
Just
you.
give up. This is embarrassing.
I don't suppose you know what you want to put that towards. Oh, right, Rama. Sorry. Hang on. Let me play some Star Wars music just for you, Rama. Give me 1 second. Here you go. Oh yeah, and that's the shock. I don't know why we're shocked, but we're super shocked here. Very shocking. Yeah, that's Vitiate's theme. In honor of his passing for the 3rd time in this game alone.
You cannot win.
That is from Final Fantasy IV, the Pixel Remaster version, specifically. Okay, do I think the Mandalorian Civil War is interesting in this time set? It depends on what they do with it, but I could see it being interesting. Chicken hot dogs or beef burgers? Beef burgers. Oh. Superior meat. Let's see, any
you
questions?
cannot win.
I don't have a lot of outstanding questions right now.
Just give up. This is embarrassing.
We've actually never reviewed FF4 under the current system, although I hope to rectify that someday. How do I like my burgers cooked? I like to cook them myself, preferably, because I do a much better job of it than any restaurant I've ever found. However, if you're asking about the specifics, well, it's hard to explain because it's not like I do 5 minutes and 32 seconds. And it's not like I do it until it's 143.7 degrees.
Just give up.
I cook it until it smells just right. just by some kind of... where was I in playlist? I was here, wasn't I? Yep, here we go.
Okay, wait. Wait. You got me. No need for this to get ugly. Or uglier. Getting hard to breathe in here. But you got a bigger problem. And I'm the only guy who can fix it. The controls are locked. The field marshal made sure nobody could scatter when things got tough. I didn't like it. But what are you gonna do?
And you have a fix?
I have a transport. A way out of here. A nice one. Take a look at the panel over there.
I got part of a passcode.
Let me walk away. You get the rest.
Go. But if I don't get that code, my whole clan hunts you down.
Interesting, I didn't even get a choice there.
A deal's a deal.
Who's in charge here?
That guy isn't the mission. Saving my brother is.
I even commented on it.
Good news. I got the rest of the passcode. Bad news. He wasn't kidding. The engine leak will kill the remaining crew unless we seal it off. What do you want me to do?
Duh?
Shut it down. There's no sense in letting them die.
You got it. Okay. That should keep them breathing long enough for help to arrive.
Get us to the last tether ship.
An example in fiction of a villain who's so powerful they can't be defeated, only endured and mitigated. Ironically, no, I can't think of one. That's your transport? Yes, Venters. Let him die, because screw him. Like, I can think of quite a few villains who are super mega death doom, but then you eventually overcome and kill them. This... Him. Like, even Lavos you eventually kill, right? So... No, I can't think of a circumstance where I consider that to be a good thing. Or a good narrative point, or however you want to think of that. Yeah, but the point was, Lord Harrowmont was asking for a specific situation, which was... Okay, in fairness, hang on. We're getting into definitions. He said, what's a good example? Which I took to emphasize the word good, aka an example where I would consider it a good thing, which is none. There is no such thing. However, if what he meant was a example that is endemic to the thing, aka a seminal example of a villain that can't be defeated, there's billions of those. Cthulhu. There you go. Boom. Done. Or, you know, anything from Chaos in Warhammer 40k. Or, I don't know. No, Vader can be beaten. So can Luke. In fact, both were.
Dangerous game. Have faith. We planned for this.
Why are there so many bones? God. Now, I have the very biased perspective that I don't like it when a story pulls that. Especially since usually stories only pull that for one of two purposes. They either pull it for the intent to be like, hey, look at this horrifically evil, terrifying villain that you'll never overcome, the end. You know, in other words, it's a Lovecraftian horror story, which I'm not into. Or they do it to try and just like, aha, gotcha, sucker. You thought you could actually defeat this thing, but nope, they win in the end. Which to me is just kind of a form of narrative cheating. I'm not into the former, and I actively hate the latter, so... God damn. Wow. Okay. That is... I suppose part of that's due to my general mentality. Like I said, I don't like depressing things. And here's a villain you can never defeat. Kind of depressing, you know, the futility of it. But also, you know, a lot of human culture and society has been about overcoming things. And about, you know, moving past seemingly insurmountable concepts. Yeah, hope, exactly. So, I tend to dislike, you know, stories that are, by their very definition, the antithesis of hope, which is what you're describing. Really? Yeah, if there's no hope, what's the point? Oh, Lavos, definitely. Sin's only... Hang on. The only things that showcase Sin as super, like, large-scale powerful is stuff that is anime cutscene bullcrap, which has no effect whatsoever on anything. In fact, it's not even addressed in the narrative. It's just, it's like they randomly cut over to a cutscene. And it's like, it's as if Varric is describing the cutscene in the background. Like, oh yeah, and then Sin, like, pulls in debris from space from the sheer power of it, and then launches out orbs which literally remove matter from reality, and then cause it to explode. This has no effect on anything. No deaths, no cities, no destruction, no nothing. It's just a flashy cutscene for its own sake. It's a negative, to put it bluntly. That's about as high tier in terms of raw power as Sin tends to get. And it's literally a cutscene that doesn't count. So, by contrast, Lavos just kind of shows up and wrecks the planet, and then goes away. Because it successfully ate all the energy of the world over the course of about 65 million years in order to do that. See if we can stealth through here. I'm betting we can't. Shut up. I need, like, death music for this. I need Mega Man. Mega Man music. I'm ready. I'm ready. We're gonna go all the way back to the beginning. Let's do it! And immediately in the comment. Didn't even get across the freaking way. God damn you and everything about you. Whoever designed this, I want to meet you in real life and punch you in the gut. And not as hard as I can. That would probably kill you. But, like, just like, okay, not even that hard. I don't want to hurt you. Okay, I don't actually want to punch you. What can I do to cause you immeasurable harm without killing you? Okay, I've got it. I'm gonna show up and be like, hey! I brought you a donut. And they'll be like, oh my god, it must be poisoned. It's not poisoned, of course. It's just, you know, it's a donut. But it's like a butter donut, right? And so it's really unhealthy for me. It's just so unhealthy. And I'm like, hey, I got you a whole box. And you know how someone gifts you, like, a lot of something, and then you feel, like, obligated to eat it all because you've got a whole box and it's gonna go bad, right? So I get them an entire box of these extremely fattening, horrible donuts. And they're gonna be like, oh god, these are so good. And I have to eat all of them. Nom, 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 nom. And I'm like, by the way, those are probably going to go bad, like, in a couple of days. And he's like, oh, no! I need to eat all of them now! Nom, 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 nom. That will be my perfect revenge! Then, I will assign them to the crew whose job it is to remake Anthem. Oh yeah, by the way, Lord Harrimont, Star Trek, the Borg. I know what you're gonna say, but the Borg, when written properly, cannot be beaten in a straight fight. They can only be changed, which is exactly what was supposed to happen in STO, and, you know, should have happened in Voyager and just didn't because stupidity. The hell does that guy have a... Why do they have skulls? What are you people doing? Oh, that's gold. Are you robbing this place?
I don't think she's Varad or Darmander. Just a guess.
I regret my association with those rat ghouls. Extreme times call for extreme measures. Field Marshal Cole promised the Ashad the relics. They belong to those who believe in honor. Shave Vizsla does not.
What?
You think this attack is acting with honor?
How dare you?
Oh, she dares.
Yeah, you have no honor, lady, just so you know. You're literally a marauder. Which is literally one step above from a bandit.
You've made a poor choice.
So, now that I understand what you're talking about, Lord Harrimont, I actually kind of am with you on that. I like the idea of not having to kill your enemy. Let's just call it what it is. Being able to out-talk or out-maneuver, out-think, out-convince. Now, I do think it's possible to overdo that, off MLP, but I admit I am more in favor of turning a villain into an ally than I am not. I was going to say Undertale was the exact example I was just about to go into. That's pretty much what sold me on that game. Oh, that was quick.
You don't believe in anything. You are weak.
Oh yeah, what the agent did to Jadis is actually another example of that. Now that didn't turn him into an ally, but they did defeat him via outmaneuvering, outthinking, etc. And yeah, going back into the day, the classic example is probably the Master from Fallout 1. Something people have been emulating for years as a consequence of how much... Like, I know it's such a minor thing nowadays to be able to talk a boss to death, but at the time that was such a unique concept.
It's a blight on Mandalorian honor!
Blah, blah, blah. Sure thing, Jaula. But, and so, brillions of games have tried to emulate the concept ever since. Most of them even directly referencing Fallout as an inspiration. I was saying, this sounds a lot like Death Watch, which is just a bunch of morons, really.
This is Jakaya Order aboard Flagship Spirit of Vengeance 2.
You hear that? Jakaya's alive!
Life support failing. Under fire. If you're doing something, do it now.
Let's go.
Or just straight up navigating the choices properly, Caspian.
Can't we go any faster?
The answer to that question.
All remaining crew must gather on the bridge. I repeat, the bridge.
You can tell he's important because he doesn't have a helmet. Oh, more boss fights. think of this? Like, this is clearly, honestly, what I was hoping they would do with Onslaught. You know, it's like, alright, well, time to deal with something a little bit more low tier. Not really connected to the ancient eldritch death of the entire galaxy. We're not dealing with the war between the two sides. What are we thinking? Now, it is dealing with Mandalorians. That's an automatic negative, obviously. Alright, what's the name of this damn?
Aren't you the troublemaker?
Spirit of Vengeance.
Field Marshal Cole.
In the flesh. I wanted to personally thank you for illustrating the weak points in my plan. It won't happen again. A piece of advice? You're on the wrong side of this.
Why are you doing this?
The Mandalorian legacy. And revenge. Always revenge. But you don't see it. A shame, because a Sith should understand that power must be earned and not given to the highest bidder.
Aren't you literally robbing this ship?
Enough! What do you want, traitor?
If it isn't Shay herself, as predicted.
Answer the question.
You've made the Mandalorians servants. That won't stand. But enough about me. Your friends came all this way to die.
Mandalore is holding them back.
Apparently she is the Marshal of the Hidden Chain, specifically. Whatever. Bunch of morons. Honestly, not really, Zaktaft. She's like, "Whoa, I'm evil," and that's all I heard, really. There's no way to deal with that, is there? Yeah, no, that's just a thing. Sluggeretta. Most things I tend to think about you is, where did the nickname come from? Why a slug, exactly? It's because you don't like salt? Because I can see that. Yeah, but that's still, it's blah blah blah, I'm evil. You're not helping me any, Zaktaft. Hi, Disco.
I'm enjoying this diversion.
Blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean, this is literally just bog standard, typical evil Mandalorian talk. The same crap we've heard since KOTOR 1.
Impressive.
I mean, I've had people argue that on the comments section. But why is it your email? See? You gotta reverse engineer the chain, try to figure out where these things come from.
I'm enjoying this diversion.
That's nice. I'm not. Let's see here. I thought I had an outstanding question from you, Disco, but I guess I don't. Are you still leaving these stupid things on the ground? Oh my god. Are we done here?
Still alive? Impressive.
I mean, I saw some good Mandalorians in Clone Wars, ironically, and Rebels. There's a major story arc in both. Most of those story arcs had to do with, hey, the stupid, dumb, evil Mandalorians are dumb, stupid, and evil. In Rebels, they were specifically working for the Galactic Empire as a vassal proxy state, which was kind of a cool concept, actually, and in fact, something I'll probably do something with in the rewrite. first we have to get a 1-up. Alright, let's see here. Thoughts on the Mandalorian subplot? It's a good question. I feel like I actually already have given my thoughts on this whole subplot. It's nice to see them, you know, mix it up a little bit. Something other than, you know, the Republic and the Empire and big, you know, gigantic scale stakes of doom. So it's a nice break. And, yeah. It's nice seeing her spin around. Because she spins me right around, baby. Right around. There's usually places where you can have it delivered on a regular basis, Loretta. Or, of course, you probably have some kind of means of getting into town in order to get gas. You also probably order more than you need now. So, like, let's say you have one canister of gas that you can hold in your house, for example. So when you go into town, you don't buy one canister, you buy 5, right? You make sure there's an overlap, so you always have some extra. Simple stuff like that. I have never played this before, Lisa Late Bloomer. This is my first time. We are fully in blind territory. I'll stop playing Mega Man music.
We've got the Kadera banner. Now finish off Jakaya and that damn Sith.
She's getting away!
Face me, traitor!
Enjoy your last days, Shai Vizsla. I certainly will.
Hey, Walker. Oh, we're done? Okay.
Any crew that can stand are working on repairs, Mandalore.
Keep on them. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Ras, any sign of ships circling back?
Nothing. Apart from failing to rid the galaxy of my crotchety brother, they must have what they came for.
The Kadera banner.
I don't get it. What's it mean to her?
Clan Kadera started an uprising against Mandalore the Vindicated. Refused to side with the Sith. Refused the call by their leader. To them, it was a matter of honor. Right or wrong, they were wiped out.
It doesn't explain why she went to all this trouble.
It's a symbol of rebellion. Maybe something for those outcasts to rally around.
Perhaps. But it feels like there's more to it. I don't know how she did it, but these groups should be slitting each other's throats, not working together. Something personal is driving her.
We can't let her divide us, Mandalore. Another civil war will rip us apart. Let me find her and end this.
Agreed. A lot of innocents will get caught in the crossfire. What do you need?
When the time comes, I'll let you know. Right now, I can't let her trail run cold.
I'll leave at once.
You're in no shape for this kind of fight, you old Rancor.
Harjak! Then stop wasting time and go find this traitor, Mandalore. I'll take care of things here.
My hunt ends only in death. Hers or mine.
Will it really be so simple?
I wish it could be, but there are probably more attacks coming. I named Jakaya Ordo as Arbiter. On all matters, you speak with my voice and my authority. Prepare the clans for war!
That was successful. Messy, but successful.
You got your Kadera banner, Field Marshal Cole. At great cost.
Are the Ashad not used to enemies shooting back?
A shame Clan Varad couldn't contain things on their ship once Shay's minions arrived.
Your precious followers got just as bloody. The difference is our reputation will increase, unlike yours.
We're good to go for the next phase, Field Marshal.
Darmanda must have got their credits.
Stop. It's true, Clan Varad failed to contain the situation. Let's talk about that.
Thermal detonator!
Good reflexes, Ty. What we're missing here is the understanding that we must rely on each other. For example, if he lets go of that, we die. We all want something enough to bleed for it. Reputation, honor, credits, whatever. That conviction binds us together, makes us equal. So I'll need everyone to stay committed to each other. Like our lives depend on it. The Mandalorians have lost their way. They didn't remain committed. I will show them our unbroken history of honor that yet remains. A hidden chain of proud tradition waiting to drag the unworthy down. We have chosen a side in this battle, and we fight to win. You have your assignments. Go! Mandoa Drartigu.
Oh, that was, interesting. Whatever, I suppose. I think it is Jargo. If that's who I think it is. How does Obadiah Steen in the suit compare to Michael in the third one? Well, one of them's in a giant battle mech of unmitigated death and destruction. The other one's a player character, so the player character obviously wins.
Welcome to the party, Commander. Not much of one today, since everyone is busy rushing around.
We're receiving countless requests from across the galaxy. Most are handled simply enough.
Yeah, but some of those asks are draining our supplies as fast as we get them. Hypermatter, people, ammo, even food. It's getting hard to keep up.
Is there anything we can do about it?
Get more of, well, everything. People, ships, fuel, time. You know, the easy stuff.
We simply have to do more with less. We have some proposed solutions, but there are recent developments that we should discuss first. Sana Ray and I, along with the members of our Force Enclave here on Odessan, have kept a watchful eye for any further signs of Valkorian's influence.
I really miss the days when dead people stayed dead.
We are hopeful. The Force feels different, lighter somehow, as if Valkorian's very existence was a weight that none of us recognized. Our Enclave, the Voss, I'm told that even Satil students have felt the change. It seems our ancient enemy is well and truly gone. I'm sure you felt it too, knowing your own strength in the Force. The question now is, how do we proceed?
I just realized I didn't answer, I think it was Arcano's questions. I liked the Onderon and the asteroid stuff better than I thought I would. So, they felt like the breather episode that this is also kind of trying to be. Except they were actually funny. I legitimately found several of the sections actually amusing. Especially since we could kill the king. Anyways, Tenebrae's are back, so, I'm just going to start exponentially giving negatives every time Tenebrae comes back. So the next time he comes back, he's going to get 9 negatives, and the time after that he's getting 81. So...
Do you have a recommendation?
I suggest keeping the members of our Enclave vigilant for any sign of him. Best not to take any chances.
So, on to the Mandalorians. It's a pretty crazy time for them. Shae Vizsla's taken down half the Darmanda on Meksha, but hasn't gotten any closer to this Field Marshal Cole. Indigo never was a hands-on manager. Probably didn't even know his people were involved.
As promised, Jakaya Ordo has been aiding our operations in Shae's place. Despite the turmoil in the clans, he's helped us secure escorts for our cargo shipments.
Whoops, correct, J. Palmer. Then the one after that will be 43,046,721.
That's good to hear.
Going back to the numerous requests we've received for assistance from our allies across the galaxy, we have a potential solution. We already employ a number of incredibly skilled and resourceful individuals who could likely handle these requests, alone or in small teams. Additionally, between my contacts and Theron's, there are a number of outside assets we could recruit to fulfill our allies' needs. As we've done before, if those assets prove useful, we can bring them into the fold officially. A sort of field test, if you will.
I get the feeling you already have one of these tests in mind.
Naturally.
Our first situation is on Balmorra. They're prepping a big shipment of turbo lasers for a Republic base on Corellia. Obviously, our friends in the Empire would prefer that those cannons never get to their destination.
Commodore Pardax knows of an external asset that has plagued the Balmoran governor for years. The asset is a Twi'lek using the codename Zenith. He hates the Sith Empire intensely. But that hatred could be used to manipulate him. Pardax believes we can feed him false intelligence, convince him the turbo lasers are instead being sold to the Sith. Zenith does our work for us, and Pardax uses the opportunity to take him into custody. Rather elegant, I think.
But I liked Zenith. I don't want to use Zenith. Whatever.
Agreed. Make it happen.
As you wish. I will have Commodore Pardax proceed immediately. I believe that's it for today, Commander. I'll let everyone else know what was discussed. Thank you for your time.
By the way, after that, it will get 1,853,188,851,841 negatives to story. So, in terms of mindset, how do they compare? I don't think they do at all. One of them has decided to kind of stop caring about maintaining any sort of facade because he's in a movie that's falling apart in terms of its narrative. I mean, is badly written. He's angry. There we go. Yeah. Whereas the other one has just decided to finally stop putting up with all this crap and deal with it himself. Yeah, I don't have a question from you in the bot, Disco.
Hey, Commander. Don't know if you were expecting him, but Darth Rivix is here.
Rivix? He's here now?
Here and dying to meet with you. Alone. He was very insistent about that part. I made him wait in the operations room, said you'd meet him when you had the chance, but he said it couldn't wait.
Okay. Well, let's go talk to Gideon Emery.
All right. I'll go there immediately.
Good afternoon, Evo. Who would win? Anakin Skywalker at the beginning of Episode 3, or Anakin Skywalker at the end of Episode 3? I mean, the beginning. That's a no-brainer. Because the problem is, well, I've argued for years that Vader is overall a more capable, competent combatant than Anakin is. The fact of the matter is, a lot of that's due to experience and time, right? Like, he gets used to the limitations of the suit and his damaged connection to the Force, and uses it to much greater effect. Now, if you mean the Anakin who was fighting Obi-Wan versus the Anakin at the beginning, then they completely and perfectly tie each other and nothing ever changes, because they're the exact same. Okay, exact might be a bit much, but I don't see much of a significant difference there. I plead the fifth, Evo.
Commander, it's a pleasure to see you again. I must say how thoroughly I enjoy my visits, seeing operations run so smoothly under your capable leadership.
Are you feeling all right, Rivix? You seem a bit out of sorts.
Ah, yes. Well, my sincerest apologies for the theatrics. I have news to share that could not wait for a formal invitation.
Of course I'm sure! I'd know that maniac anywhere! I could feel his presence before he even set foot on Dantooine. The longer you sit around, questioning what I saw, the more time he has to get away with whatever he's doing in those ruins.
Our intelligence officers have truly outdone themselves this time.
What was that?
A secret meeting with Jedi leadership, or what's left of them. This woman, Aaron Lanier, claims she saw Darth Malgus enter the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine. He was missing for so long, but it seems our errant Dark Lord has finally decided to show his face. Our Empress is displeased.
Yeah, he's not a Sith, he's a Zeltron. Which is funny, because I don't think you can make a Zeltron in this game.
What do you mean, Malgus isn't acting under Cena's orders?
Whatever fool's errand Malgus is chasing on Dantooine, Empress Acina certainly did not sanction it. And any attempt to recall Malgus has utterly failed. Given the circumstances, the Imperial Reclamation Service proposed sending an entire excavation unit to search the ruins and apprehend Malgus. But the Empress does not want Malgus's newfound freedom to become widespread knowledge. So, I suggested a more covert approach.
And you need me for this covert approach.
Precisely, my friend. A small task force, you, me, and a very powerful ally, would be more than capable of investigating what Malgus was up to in those Jedi ruins.
Are you going to tell me who this powerful ally is?
Even better, I'll show you. Darth Krovos, your timing is as impeccable as ever.
I apologize I couldn't be here sooner. Logistics is field testing new Kolto packs and wanted my approval before they begin. I trust you've been briefed on the situation. We should depart before our window of opportunity closes.
You're going to Dantooine with us?
I'm sure I don't need to explain how dire the consequences would be if Darth Malgus has somehow gone rogue again. The severity of this mission requires my direct involvement.
I've always wanted to work closer with you, Krovos. Maybe I should be thanking Malgus.
I wouldn't go that far. We've waited long enough. If we don't get to Dantooine quickly, we'll lose Malgus's trail. I'll meet you both at the shuttle.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna...
Isn't the Hand meant to be working outside the Dark Council's influence?
Krovos is not like the others on the Council. She is steadfast in her commitment to strengthening the Empire, not to mention her considerable combat skills. At any rate, we don't have the luxury of being choosy with our allies. Unless we seize this opportunity now, we undoubtedly risk Republic interference later. Our shuttle is waiting. After you.
I had to take the flirt with Evo here. It's a law. No, I could tell that was Laura Bailey immediately because I've done similar voice modulation myself when it comes to trying to make my voice actors sound a little bit different in the theaters. You'll notice they're doing a little bit of something with Gideon Emery, too. IT-addicted anxiety goblin. Kind of TD-like.
We're nearing our destination. A few more minutes, and we'll be planetside on Dantooine.
How are you planning to get us down without attracting the Republic's attention?
Ah, you must remember, Dantooine isn't exactly a bustling metropolis world. Their government lacks organization, and when it comes to officially sanctioned travel, let's just say it won't be difficult for a small shuttle like ours to sneak in unnoticed.
It is imperative that we do not draw attention to ourselves during this mission, Rivix. I hope you remember that.
Of course I do. We should have no trouble reaching the Enclave ruins. No trouble at all.
Weren't you saying something about no trouble?
Blast! Our window was small, but I was sure we would be the first to arrive.
It takes the Republic military ages to agree on anything, let alone act. I can't believe they've mobilized such a show of force so quickly.
Walking through the front door isn't going to be an option for us. Suggestions?
Well, since walking right past those Republic soldiers and possibly scaring off our quarry is clearly out of the question, might I suggest an alternate route? Years ago, many people here scavenged what they could from the Enclave ruins to make a living. Their leaders didn't exactly approve, so they built access tunnels in secret. We'll undoubtedly meet resistance from patrols, but if we find one, our chances of infiltrating the ruins would be much higher than a direct assault.
And hopefully, we'll retain at least some of this mission's secrecy.
Sounds like a great plan. Well done.
I'm glad you approve, considering we don't have much of a choice.
Then let's go.
We could just go in the front door.
Reinforcements.
Probably, Django. Either that, or it really did get broken during the previous war, or the previous war, or the previous war, all of which have happened within the last 10 years at this point. So let's hit the question queue. What do we got here? Since we're doing dungeons, let's see if we can stealth.
Other than Republic soldiers, what else might we face in the Enclave?
With any luck, not much. The Enclave was destroyed centuries ago, and I'd wager most everything inside has been picked clean by scavengers. We'll surely run into a stray creature here and there, but other than that, I can't imagine we'll meet much resistance. I'm more concerned about what we won't find. I do hope Malgus's trail hasn't run cold.
Yeah, there you go. Straight from the dude's mouth. Ignore KOTOR 2. Cool. Anyways, is there a difference in mindset between Anakin versus Obi-Wan? Anakin and Ironmonger Stain. Yes? I mean, the difference there was that Anakin, if I'm understanding your question correctly here, I've never heard of it, Yada. I hope they make a KOTOR 2 someday. It'd be pretty cool. The distinction, do I have to kill all these people? I have to kill all these people. God, oh my god. Okay, I'm okay. So, the distinction is Anakin, when he was fighting Obi-Wan at the end, and I'm going to revise my earlier answer too. His whole shtick was he dived into the dark side, right? Completely drunk on it. Just completely drunk on it. And even if you don't think the dark side is evil, diving in is one of the stupidest and most horrible things you can do. His mentality wasn't, I'm gonna finally get rid of this jackass who's been in my way. His mentality was, I am extremely invincible and technically mainlining adrenaline right now. So, bit of a variance. Speaking of which, Anakin drunk on the dark side versus Anakin at the beginning of the film, I'd give that to Anakin at the beginning. The dark side can certainly allow you to do certain things, especially short term. But if you've never really dived into the dark side before, you're a kid flailing around with an AK-47. You can do some damage, but not really where you want to. By contrast, Anakin at the beginning of the film, who was not drunk on the dark side, yep, just double checking, was a seasoned combat vet who knew exactly what he was doing and how to do it and when to do it. Far more control and far more capable in just a straight-up fight. I mean, there's a reason he was able to smash Dooku by himself. And Dooku was renowned for being good at fighting other Jedi. Anyways, let's get some music going here. Music. I just feel like StarCraft music. Is that cool with everyone? Cool. Everyone in chat, no! Too late! You had half a millisecond to type while I was talking 30 seconds ago. Let's see here. So, would a 51 Anakin, I don't know what that means, that never fell to the dark side be as powerful as Vader? Personally, I think yes. I think Anakin, who had... I mean, part of it has to do with who's training him. Because Anakin's got problems. Real problems. Why aren't you asking questions, Evo? God! Hang on, I need to go... Where's that really amazing box of donuts that I was killing someone with earlier? Hey, Evo, I've got this amazing box of donuts for you. Don't worry, they're not poisoned, they don't explode, they're just really, really, really good. Like, almost addictively good. And they're also really bad for you. And I'm going to give you, like, a whole box of them, okay? So, no pressure or anything, but they'll be bad, like, within a couple of days. So I just want you to know that when I give you this giant box of donuts that are really, really good. Anyways, so, is there a... how do I feel if and when I'm spoiled about something, but the spoiler is something you'd want to know beforehand? That is something that generally doesn't happen. Because I guess my point is the only time... Exactly, Evo! The only defense is donuts. The only... if I actively seek out a spoiler like that, which I have done a few times, then I have actively sought out that spoiler. It is something that I particularly wanted to know. Because like, FF14 is actually a good example of this. Although I didn't end up seeking out the spoiler in that case, as much as I wanted to. Because, to put it simply, the way the direction that the story was going was something I didn't like. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to go in the direction I didn't like. Otherwise, that was terrible. And under normal circumstances, I would have just quit the game on the spot, because I don't feel like dealing with that crap. I know that's not really indicative, but I hope that even remotely answers your question, Disco. Having said that, has there ever been a time in which someone has spoiled something for me, you know, against my will, and it's been a good thing? No. Alright, is the dark side like a drug or a drink? Yes. Imagine that you chug like a really, really high-proof absinthe, okay? And as you're chugging it, someone has laced it with... PCP, I think? The one that makes you lose a degree of control over your ability to restrain yourself. So you feel stronger, but actually all you're doing is you're just pushing your body so hard that you're damaging yourself. I forget one, but that one. You're like, yeah, this feels great, because it feels great, right? It's just so amazing. I'm sure everyone in chat is intimately familiar with whatever this drug is. You can tell because I can't even think of the name of the damn thing. Can you stop? Let's see here. Question. What kind of tactical abilities do Jedi like Kira have compared to men like Rusk? Well, first of all, they're Jedi, so they have the Force. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this thing, Zach Taff. It's this energy field that surrounds us, binds us, penetrates us, and it allows us to become one with the galaxy around us. You know, all the way through us, from the rock, to the tree, to the ship. I'm sorry. It's also cheesecake. Literally, if you think about it. But my point is, I don't think there's any tactical abilities Kira has over Rusk that couldn't be described by the words, "She has the Force."
Luminous beings are we? Not this crude matter.
I can do a better silly Yoda than a serious matter Yoda.
Kill you I will. Yes. One with the Force, I will make you.
Do I need to, like, figure out how to get you a cheesecake, Evo? Is that a thing? I need to make this happen. Of course there's a stealth guy. Oh my god! Yoda armed with those donuts! Oh my god!
What a tasty treat for you, I did. Yes.
My niece loses it when I do that Yoda impression. You gotta be ridiculous. She's into absurdist humor, so you gotta just lean into it, right?
Tunnel through the earth I will, simply by spinning my lightsaber.
Who, Django? Alright, so, questions. That one, already answered that one, already answered that one. I've actually answered a lot of these. Delete.
I believe that was all of them. Hopefully, they didn't get a chance to alert their friends.
And here is the Scavenger's tunnel entrance. Just as I said.
Let's get inside then, before any reinforcements decide to investigate.
How effective would the Sith Empire be in comparison to the current Empire in Tor? Oh, sorry. How effective would the Galactic Empire be in relation to the Sith Empire? Let's try to keep all these empires straight. If it was structured where it was the Emperor, and then the Moffs, and then the Sith Council, and then the Sith, instead of the Emperor, the Sith Council, the Sith, and then the Moffs. That would never work. I mean, if somehow magically they all follow the chain of command, I do think that would work better. But there's no way, because all that would do is make sure that every Force user is constantly trying to either kill or threaten or control the non-Force users who outrank them. And at some point or another, the scheming and internecine fighting would just kind of shred the upper management like it does in the Sith Empire. How do you... I don't care. I don't care. Favorite Mario Kart? The most recent one on the Switch, which I believe is 8 Deluxe, but whatever, that one. How good at aiming green shells? I am damned good at aiming green shells. Although, unfortunately, and I will never admit this in his presence, but Pax is actually better at me than Mario Kart. Most Mario Karts. However, I am still what I would consider to be damned good at Mario Kart. He's better. One of the things I love... That's... interesting? Sure. Why not? Anyways, the, words... What in the world? Is it really, Django? What is it? I don't actually get it. It's called a growl, which is funny, because there's a boss called Gruel, which makes the ceiling fall. Wow. Which makes me wonder. Anyways, questions, right? Questions. I mean, yeah, it's a ranker with a different mesh on it, different skin. Hey, Rivix, you want to help with this fight, buddy? Hey, buddy. Want to assist in this fight that you're a part of? Here, I'll drag the enemy to you. I think he's actually hitting him now. Well, I'm just gonna stand in it. Screw it. I'm gonna get feared. That's also a thing that happens. Yeah, I'll get feared again. That's happening a lot. What's stronger, the Empire or the Imperium? Which is which? Yeah, Rivix is AFK. Hey! I did a ready check. Oh my god. I don't think Latario's there, so I'll save that one. You ought to actually ask an interesting question. What's the most common spacecraft? Transport spacecraft, excuse me, in the extant. I've thought about that a lot because I'm a total geek. I admit that I don't think there should be a common ship. So one of the ideas I've been toying around with, and what's funny is this is something that might go into the Trek rewrite as well, is that there's not so much a class of ship as a template of ship. In other words, you can have 3 different Excelsiors, but each of them are a little bit different from each other because each of them was custom crafted a little bit. Not 100%, they're all built off of the same bones, but each one is designed to have different variables, different configurations and stuff. And yes, I'm effectively being inspired by Freelancer and also STO. But yeah, exactly, a template with lots of variants. And so you see where I'm going with this, Yada. One of the things I was thinking was maybe get some of those tomorrow, Brahma. 1 in the morning, but it's only live for a second, so if you don't see it, it's gone forever. So making like, yeah, the Corellian freighter concept, for those who don't remember, in the EU, I don't know if this is true in the AU, but in the EU, the Corellian freighters, their big selling point was the fact that they were modular as hell, that they were designed to be custom kitted. And so I was thinking of introducing a ship kind of like that, where, you know, that's the common transport that everybody uses. I haven't invented one yet, but that's the direction I'm leaning.
How in blazes did these creatures get here?
What was that thing? I've never seen anything like it.
A Grawl. They're not uncommon.
Oh, he even names it.
Seeing one underground and at this size, it's completely out of the ordinary. Not to mention its little friends.
Oh, at last. At last! Someone has finally come to help me.
Tell us who you are, droid.
Gross.
I am a member of the Imperial Medical Corps designation TL-30.
What are you doing down here, droid?
Darth Malgus brought me here, ma'am.
Did you say Darth Malgus?
Yes, I did. I was tasked with tending to Lord Malgus after the Battle of the Meridian Complex. Though his wounds were severe, he escaped our medical facility. I was his hostage, but he could not have survived on his own. I kept him alive while he considered his next move. Then he brought me here.
Where is Malgus now?
I do not know, ma'am. I followed Lord Malgus deep into these tunnels, but we reached a crossroads, and he continued on from there, alone. He did not return. I had no choice but to find my own way out of these tunnels, but that great beast attacked me. You made short work of it. Please, help me escape this horrible place.
We are not taking her with us. She's barely functional. She'll slow us down.
No, I don't want to go with you. I want to get out of here. All I need is a quick repair. Just enough to get me moving again. With the tunnels clear, I can manage on my own.
I'll help you. But you must help me find Darth Malgus.
Oh, thank you. Of course. Whatever you need, it is yours. Much better. Here. The data in my memory banks can show you where Darth Malgus went. Until he abandoned me. It will show you the path he took at the crossroads. I can give you a copy.
After helping her, we could then kill her.
Provost, Rivix, scout ahead. Make sure there's nothing waiting for us. I'll meet you two when I've finished transferring the data.
Noted. Be quick.
I have a soft spot for droids in general, but helpful or nice droids, even more so.
I hope so. Thank you for your help.
All finished then?
I have a record of Malgus's every move in this place. We just have to figure out where he went after he left the droid.
Excellent. A new piece of the puzzle.
I would be remiss if I did not ask. But what if Malgus is still here? What do you plan to do with him?
Malgus still has his uses. We'll bring him back to the Empire, if we can.
I am heartened by how clearly you see the situation. Whatever Malgus is
well, I've already been in charge of an intergalactic situation.
I know he still desires to serve the Empire. The strength and power he offers are mighty weapons. It would be foolish to throw them away over an error in judgment.
What would you do, Lord Rivix, were you in my place?
My duty is to support the Hand, which means supporting you. Whatever your opinion is, I defer to it.
Unsurprising. But we've idled long enough. Let's continue.
My God, Caspian. Have I baked bread? Yes. Do I regularly bake bread? Well, you didn't ask if I have successfully baked bread.
If Malgus still wants to serve the Empire, Krobos, why do you think he left after Corellia?
Even after we destroyed the Meridian Complex, our old enemies in the Republic continue to mount a substantial resistance. Fighting this war as we've always done will no longer work. Malgus understands this. I'm positive that he's searching for something that could revitalize our ways of combat. Whether or not our peers will approve of anything he finds, I cannot say.
Oh, come on. Oh, it wasn't actually that bad, but it went bad in about a day. I kind of gave up on baking. It takes too much time, and that is not something I have right now. Maybe someday I'll get back to it. I was just looking around, yeah, Caspian. This is pretty decent. Anyways, so Evo, you want to hear something funny? Several days ago, on the 3rd, actually, so that's 8 days ago, you said, could you tell me about some interesting planets in the extant? Then, several days later, scroll down a little bit, you asked me, can you tell me about any interesting plants in the extant? And what I'm trying to decide is if these are the same question or not. Oh, you mean plantees? Right. So let me find some plantees for you. Hang on. Let me Google plantees here. What the heck is a plantee? I apparently have killed my internet trying to find that out. Okay, hang on. Let's try this. Let's try your plantee. What is a plantee? Apparently, it's a specific. It's a certified accounting organization. Aha! Okay, perfect. All right, so are there accountants, interesting accountants within the extant? Yes, I could tell you all about the plantees within the extant. So, first of all, you got your local accountants, right?
Whoever told you this place was empty, Rivix.
There's so many droids here. Don't answer that. Are there ghosts in the extant? No. Alright, hang on, let me knock out some questions. Talk about this. How do I think Quinn would treat clones? He would treat them like property. Badly. Like, really badly. I sure hope not, Blade Travel, since I'm an accountant. Although I do think I am very uninteresting, so I suppose there's that. Would Mass Effect Andromeda have worked better as a story if it was a human-only colonist group, funded entirely by Tim? No, because that doesn't really change anything about the nature of the story. The problems with Mass Effect Andromeda didn't really have to do with its premise, you know what I mean? Oh, I could, Yada. Let's not get into that. Let's not get into that. Nobody wants to hear me talk about that. Go to Mario Kart. I don't play Mario Party, but go to Mario Kart character choice. So, I'm going to give you a hint. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow. I'm too dry to do it properly, apparently. Damn it, that sucked. Better than that, hang on. But yes, Shy Guy is one of my go-tos, whenever he's available. Failing that, I like the Koopa Kids. The Koopa Kids are legit. Not that I'm aware of Dantooine. I've only really gone into it because I find tax code and economics fascinating in general, and because it's an interesting thought exercise for how to implement a tax code that actually works, unlike every tax code ever made in the history of human existence. Anyways. Delete. The ailment they are suffering is relatively easy to temporarily treat, but might not be possible to cure, which I disagree with. But the question remains beyond the testing. Testing potential cure may harm the patient, but anyone petition a judge. Can this sickness be cured, and if so, what is the cure? Cool. Okay, so that's a very good question, actually. Rama. See, I just don't read. Easy way to deal with that. As you may or may not have already guessed, Evo, the judges can have the answer to any question. But they have also... They're very, very particular about which questions they answer. Because lots and lots and lots of questions shouldn't be answered, right? For one reason or another. And so judges have a strong tendency to avoid questions like, what is the cure to this disease? Unless it's under very specific circumstances. Why does this keep spawning? Like, there are circumstances in which they would probably answer such a question. I'm just ignoring this thing. This is nonsense at this point. Oh god, I'm stuck in the terrain. Ah, okay, there we go. We're free, we're free. So, the answer is you have to answer that, Evo, because I don't know. As usual, the only one who could answer the judge's question is you, the person who knows all the circumstances about the situation, which of course I do not know. You tell me. Do you think that this is a case in which a judge, because they know, should go ahead and shortcut the medical field and just say, yeah, no, here's the answer, ... Because that's not exactly out of bounds. Oh, people petition judges all the time. You know? If you're ever going to ask the question, would someone ask a judge, the answer is pretty much always going to be yes. That's not the question. The question is whether or not the judge will answer. Which is what you notice I've been focusing on. Don't aggro me, don't aggro me, don't aggro me. I'm stealth. That counts for something, right? Right? Oh god. Don't take away my stealth. It's all I've got left. Alright. So I'm gonna... Well, then there's only one thing to do, Evo, and that's to figure it out. So, let's see. What do I think is under a Shy Guy's mask? Nothing. I think that's their face.
Hold on, someone's here.
Hello?
Stop right there! Don't take another step! You're outnumbered, and we know how to take down Sith.
They've been trained.
Put down your weapons and surrender, imps. Unless you want to leave here in pieces.
This doesn't have to get bloody. Drop your weapons. Let us pass and forget you saw us.
This is the end of the line for you. We won't let any imps get in the way of our mission here. For the Republic!
Okay. Sure.
Your meddling ends here!
3 champions at a time. This is gonna suck. Hang on, what's the sloggiest fight music I can think of? Let me put this on random. There we go. Alright. Time to slog it up. So.
You're toast!
Is that all you got?
Oh, I guess actually all my remaining questions for people who are currently here are all from Evo. Well, shoot. Alright, so. Let me answer the hegemony, because I don't need to look anything up to tell you about the hegemony. The Vorsat hegemony is run by the Vorsat, hence the term. They are all innately magical creatures, and 100% of them are mages. They all know how to manipulate magic at a fundamental and innate level. They are arguably the second most powerful species of mages. Mage-producing species in the galaxy. The only thing that surpasses them is the Azimdi. And the Azimdi cheat because they're literally made of portal space, but I'm getting off topic. So the Vorsat are partially energy-based and partially physically based, similar to the Luvari, if you remember. Each of them, so they're a mageocracy in several ways. They have a whole structure I'm not going to bore you with, since I don't have my document right here in front of me. So I don't remember the exact order of it. But it boils down to the mages are on top, period, because the mages are the ones who actually hold the power and therefore should be the ones who govern those around them. They bother to go out of their way to conquer and take and claim in order to get more resources, in order to continue to support their lifestyle within the hegemony, within their empire. As I like to say, the hegemony is a little bit more structured like a typical empire. They colonize, they claim, and they conquer in order to enrich the core systems. They don't really do a lot in order to flesh out or develop conquered territories, because that's not the point of the conquered territories. The point of the conquered territories is to feed the home territories. Make sense? Now, the hegemony's primary modus operandi is...
Where do these tunnels lead? Tell us.
Minar! Wait! I know you. Where's Captain Minar? Let me speak to him now.
He's here, and alive. The same can't be said for the rest of these soldiers. Tell me what you're doing here and what you've learned. Or this man joins the others.
No! Master Nares! Don't tell them anything! Please!
I would never. I'm sorry, Captain.
How unfortunate for you.
No.
Enough, Rivix. Let him go.
There's no point in it.
I told you to stop.
My sincerest apologies. I don't know what happened. He must have been too weak to withstand anything further.
Don't ever go against my orders again. Do you understand?
I will do my very best, I assure you.
Let's figure out our next move.
Interesting.
The droid said something about Malgus abandoning her at a crossroads.
Yes, she did. Can you check her recordings?
If the game let me, I would have killed him on the spot, Yada. He just ousted himself as someone who was actually not a team player in the Sith Empire, where not team players need to be removed from the situation immediately.
So we follow the same path as Malgus took in this recording.
What if Malgus knows he's being followed? What if he manipulated this recording?
A valid concern. But unfortunately, unless we want to return empty-handed, our only option is to follow where this recording leads.
Rivix is right. We've come this far.
Then we'll keep going. Just keep your guard up.
I know, but I also kind of want to bring down the Empire, so I've got double reason to kill him. The hegemony, their main modus operandi, which is something I'm amused by because it keeps coming up in my storytelling, is they will legally conquer a planet. Come on, damn it! Why? Why do you force me to do your terrible combat with the AoE rotation, which consists of doing this? Hang on, I can almost hit a second button. There's a second button, and then back to the first button. Over and over and over and over again. Alright, what was I talking about? So they like to legally take over. Let me use Earth as a theoretical example. Let's assume that the nations of Spain, France, England, Germany, Italy, Austria... I guess I could stop there. All voted. All of them had their elected officials, their various leaders, all got together and voted to join the hegemony. That's how the hegemony conquers.
What are the Jedi doing here?
Altering memories, wiping minds, and other unsavory Force experiments.
Really? I didn't think the Jedi had it in them.
Yes, we get it. KOTOR exists, game. I know. Thank you.
We must find a way through, quickly.
Find a way through what? Why are we in a hurry? Hi, Hazardous. So, now they have a lot of specific methods which they accomplish this, but the primary method is to try and ensure that the people who are currently the legally appointed representatives of a specific species or nation or power want to join the hegemony for whatever reason. Like I said, bribery or diplomacy or coercion or whatever. There's lots of different methods. Do so. They vote to join, and the hegemony moves in and says, "Welcome to the hegemony. Congratulations." And that's their primary method of conquest. I will freely admit this is entirely inspired by Stellaris, actually, which implemented this concept as a method to conquer, or I guess I should say colonize, planets of less advanced species. Now, that's the other kick. The hegemony tends to go after developing species. So if you go watch my video on the Patari, P-A-T-A-A-R-I, I believe, you'll notice that that story is actually the story of that planet being conquered by the hegemony, just told from the ground level. The conquered nations, of course, get the usual benefits of being part of a super state, which the hegemony is. It's one of the only ones out there. They, trade resources, technology, coordination. The citizens, obviously, since they're part of the hegemony and are legally citizens of the hegemony, they can move and get different jobs and travel the stars and join the military and serve in government and all sorts of other things that come along with being a citizen. I should probably mention that because this is the extant and my setting, this is less evil than whatever you're thinking of. I'm not trying to say that it's good, but it's substantially less horrible than whatever you're probably picturing.
Jedi history, Rivix.
I told you, I wouldn't be doing my duty if I did not keep myself apprised of these important details. Even if I hadn't done my research, this place has seen so much death and turmoil. Pain felt centuries ago still resonates here, echoing through the Force.
This is the only way forward.
Whoever built this door clearly didn't want anyone snooping around in here.
But someone got in anyway. Recently, from the look of these lightsaber marks.
Then we should see what's inside. Turn around. Don't try to escape.
Or what? You'll kill me like you killed my friends?
I can feel the anger radiating from her. And look what she did to her own people. Well done, Master Jedi. Well done indeed.
How dare you? I didn't do this. I found them like this. I guess Darth Malgus couldn't show any mercy to the rest of my team. Just like you.
How do you know this was Malgus?
Don't play games with me. You're Imperials, you know this was Malgus. Tell me what he was doing here, and tell me where the relic is. I know he took it!
We don't know any more than you do, Jedi.
Don't try to manipulate me. You Sith constantly outdoing yourselves when it comes to deceit. I've seen so many dark things, and it still shocks me.
Wait, something is wrong. Ignore the Jedi's whimpering. We should leave now.
You're not going anywhere. A transparent ploy like that won't stop me. I've faced the worst the Empire has to offer, and I return to the light. Once you're out of the way, I'll track down Malgus myself.
If Lord Krovos says we need to leave, then we're getting out of here.
I'll take my chances.
Where did all these people come from?
You're finished. I'll make sure of it!
This hurts like hell. You gonna heal me over there, buddies? No, I know. It's actually from the earlier. I know, Vigil. I know. It's just funny, because it looked like all the dead rose up and started attacking me, right? Oh my god! Anyways, I mean, she's about to be dead, Zaktab. Yep, Jedi necromancy. There it is. Yeah, by the way, we actually pulled 2 packs of enemies, so this might be a wipe.
Did you think this would be easy?
A little bit, yeah. Okay, so I was in the middle of saying something, and I was drifting into something else about the hegemony. So the way that their system works is if you are a citizen, you are taken care of, but you're always secondary and concerned to the Vorsat themselves. Hegemony is always first and foremost for the benefit of the Vorsat. Now the catch is the Vorsat are not morons.
Did you think this would be easy?
They do understand that an empire which is happy and safe and productive and taken care of and prosperous is an empire which they are happy and safe and taken care of and prosperous. Yeah, they follow the Lex Luthor approach on that front.
I'd run if I were you.
They do have a vested interest in trying to make sure that their people are happy and taken care of and yada yada yada. Oh my goodness, let's get rid of this guy. No, not happy in quotes, happy not in quotes. If they're happy in quotes, then what they have is a situation. They also know, with total certainty, because it's been threatened before, that if they decided to actually go into a full oppression state, is she just summoning more of these stupid things? The Empire would get involved, and they don't want outright war with the Empire, because they would lose that war. They are a competitor state. Rival is probably the simplest way to put that, with the Empire, and have been pretty much ever since they first interacted with each other. It's usually about stuff like trade, or resources, or join us, or them.
True darkness.
Stuff like
This
that, right?
is nothing!
This is not, we're not darkness, lady. What are you even on about? You're just gonna hit the whole arena, aren't you? Yep, that's this thing now. She's about to cast Force Devastation, which I didn't have time to stop because I was fighting the ads!
Finished yet.
Jesus Christ, okay, she's dead. Oh no, she's not dead! Why would she be dead? Hang on, I'll heal you. Hang on, hold still, hold still. It's gonna hurt like hell. Ready for it? There you go. Soak that in. Actually, yeah, Lord Harrimont. That is pretty much exactly the inspiration. Let's see. You mentioned... I think I answered that question already. I did answer that question already. Is that...
This is it. After everything I've overcome.
I offered you a way out. Why didn't you take it?
Considering who you work for, can you blame me for being skeptical?
No.
Just get on with it.
Stop! Something is happening.
Of all the people I expected to follow me into these ruins, you, Lord Krovos, were not one of them.
What's happening? How are you doing this?
Everything you see is your own doing. The bonds we forged in battle bind us together. They allow you to see this echo of my presence. This place, all the violence and betrayal it has seen disturbs the Force. Movement through these ruins is imprinted, especially if it's born of pain and anger.
Those with enough power can sense it. You may have deceived your two allies during this foolish expedition, but I know you have felt my presence all along. Don't deny it.
I wasn't going to. I want to bring you back to the Empire. You are a pillar of strength among the Sith, and we will need you to defeat the Republic once and for all.
Perhaps. But you should know, I have removed the final tool that bound me to the Empress's will. I have done what so many Sith pretend to do but never really achieve. I have broken my chains. I will never again have a master. I will never let another rule over me. I will never return to the Empire.
I don't think you have a choice. The entire galaxy will hunt you down. Take your chances with us.
Do you think it's a coincidence that both the Republic and the Empire sent agents to Dantooine? Think, Krovos. Use that strategic mind of yours. I knew none of you could resist running to the Alliance commander for help. And I knew she could not resist coming after me, even if it meant walking right into my trap. It does not please me to see you suffer the same fate as these fools. If only you hadn't followed them here, you could have been a capable ally in what's to come.
So let me guess, you're going to try to take a small elite group of loyalists from within the Empire to found your own empire.
Go, go! Malgus set a trap!
What? How do you
Hi, Baron.
Go, both of you.
Well. What's funny is he's escaping the fate I am currently shackled with, being forced to choose one of the sides. Maybe we'll be able to join him again, who knows? That'd be funny. Oh, we're already out. That was quick. That's okay, we made it, we made it. We're amazing. Woo. Get more Dantooine music going.
Please use all products only as intended. Be well.
The hegemony does acknowledge the right of sentient sapient beings. They're not being violated within the hegemony, no. What can medical technology do in the Empire? That's in the timeline, admittedly. And naturally, you picked something as far in as possible, which means they have very advanced medical technology. Now, that being said, there are limits to what they can do, because there have to be. Answering that, though, that's a little trickier than it probably should be. I just got an achievement called Admiring the View, which is what I was literally just doing. That's actually funny. Yeah, I need to get out of here. Exit area. Boop. Only some songs, Yada. Some of them don't work. It's mostly the planet stuff. If I could ask Tolkien one question about the world of Middle-earth, what it would be? I wouldn't. I would offer it to somebody else. So, what would you guys want to ask Tolkien? You get one question. Go.
Yes, Empress. It seems our worst fears have come true. Forgive the dramatics.
There is no need to apologize. I understand full well the seriousness of what's happened.
Indeed, my lord. Regretfully, Darth Krovos has confirmed our suspicions. Malgus has successfully removed all of the mechanisms we use to ensure his compliance.
Most unfortunate. What are our next steps? Did you locate the tome he stole from the library on Ossus?
We haven't located it, my lord. And what's worse, it seems Malgus added another relic to his collection. If the containment case we found on Dantooine is any indication.
How could this have happened? I trust that you comprehend the difficulty of the path before you, Lord Rivix. I do hope you are up to the task.
I believe I am, Empress Asina. I shall update you again soon. For the Empire.
For the Empire. Oh, you mean the Sith? Ah, screw the Sith.
Rivix?
Oh, my apologies. The briefing doesn't start for a few more minutes. I thought...
No, I should be the one apologizing. Barging in on my own briefing room like that. Forgive me.
My sincerest apologies. But Empress Asina was growing rather impatient for an update.
What were you talking about? Something about a missing tome. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Yes. When the Empire attacked the Jedi colony on Ossus, we compiled an extensive catalogue of the books found in the ancient library. After the assault on the colony, when the dust had settled, we discovered that one of the tomes was missing.
I understand why you kept this quiet. If you weren't sure who stole the book, you didn't want to let your suspect know you were looking for them.
Precisely. I knew you would understand. Going forward, I'll do my best to inform you of important information the second I know it. The stakes are too high now to justify keeping you in the dark.
What was this book he stole? And do you have any idea what he took from the Dantooine Enclave?
I don't know exactly what Malgus took from Ossus. There was so much chaos, and the library was already in such disarray when the Empire arrived. As for what was being kept down in the Enclave ruins, that is anyone's guess.
So, what's the Hand's next move?
I'll arrange for agents to identify the relics that Malgus chose to take. They are our only keys to unlocking his plans. I'll also recommend that Darth Krovos deploy soldiers to investigate any Sith and Jedi ruins that Malgus might potentially target.
For as little as we have to work with, that sounds like an excellent plan, Rivix.
I do my best. We may have come away empty-handed this time, but you will be the first to know when I discover Malgus's next move, and the Hand of the Empire will be ready for him.
Oh, sorry. Dun-dun-dun! And if I am not mistaken, that should be the end of Onslaught. Someone confirm, deny? Because that dungeon was the last thing I have listed for Onslaught, but there might be some post stuff. I kind of need to know. So. And I'm going to kill the crap out of Rivix. Obviously. We can flirt with him, but I'm going to kill him instead of flirt with him. You know how it is. They're so similar, right? And yes, it is, Evo. Let me give you an example of what can be done medically. So let's say, oh, I don't know. He disobeyed my orders, Acta, so he's dead. Well, the next thing I have is something called Relentless Ambitions. Let me see if I can look that up. Relentless Ambitions. Okay, that's extremely unhelpful. Well, all right. Let's see what happens. Absolutely, Evo. After all,
you're here.
He
We
did
have much
murder
to
someone in
discuss.
cold blood in a direct contrivance of my order to spare the person.
After his visit to Dantooine, I know we're all uneasy about what Darth Malgus is planning. Darth Rivix assures me that the Hand of the Empire is hard at work searching for clues about Malgus's objectives. Unfortunately, nothing has yet turned up.
No, he's a murderer, Evo. We were like, hey, and he's like, oh, I'm going to torture this person. I'm like, stop, and let him go. And his response was to murder him in cold blood. So, yeah, his sentence is death. the end. This is what we call a non-negotiable.
Not the update I was hoping for, but not surprising. What else do we have?
I think this is something you'll find intriguing.
He's also probably plotting against me.
Recording started. Date stamped. Encryption is working. There's a Shay Visla. I've got an update on my pursuit of Field Marshal Hedda Cole, responsible for attacking the Spirit of Vengeance 2. I want to be clear. My only goal is finding this traitor, and I need the Alliance's help following up. I'm sure Hedda's group, the Hidden Chain, has established a permanent base. Location unknown. I need to know who is supplying her and how. I've included my findings in this transmission. Do this, and I owe you. At my end, I'm running down a slippery recruiter with links to Hedda. I have the local Darmanda and Meksha to thank for the lead. Tell the commander their old friend Indigo sends his best. Alright, I'm landing in a few minutes and need to go dark. This recruiter has led me on a real chase, and I won't let him escape again. Shay out.
Cool.
We've done some preliminary work with Shay's intel, but we need an asset on the ground. The closed nature of the Mandalorians makes gathering information challenging.
Have we got someone in mind?
A Kavi Spar, Mandalorian bounty hunter.
Really?
No affiliation with other clans. In fact, no strong ties to any major faction. But a reputation for getting results. Thoughts?
You wouldn't even mention her if you didn't think she was capable. That's enough for me.
Glad to hear it. I'll make the arrangements.
Keep me updated. What else is on the agenda?
That's all for now, Commander. I'll notify you if anything changes.
I remember. Ah!
Commander, I have an update on the weapon shipment out of Balmora.
The turbo lasers headed for the Republic base on Corellia?
That's right. Our objective was to stop the shipment by using the known terrorist Zenith. We leaked documents detailing how the weapons would be used against Republic targets on Corellia. With a history of leading the resistance against the Empire on Balmora, Zenith couldn't resist interfering.
And what were the results?
I've confirmed that the freighter carrying the weapons was destroyed as it entered hyperspace. An unfortunate engineering malfunction.
Excellent. And Zenith?
I'm sorry to report he escaped capture. We suffered a number of casualties. I am still investigating what happened.
Zenith was a secondary concern to the weapons. It's unfortunate he won't be as easy to manipulate in the future.
I will personally review the mission reports and correct any failings.
See that you do. Dismissed.
Why are we just acting like we're evil? Jeez Louise. Darth Benedict? Interesting. I assume as in benediction. Whispers in the Force. Okay.
Now that all the important people are here, let's get down to business. A coffee.
Actually,
what have you got?
Stop. I just looked at the time. So, okay. Let's save these for tomorrow, I think. Rather than try to shove these in at the end and then, you know, do the thing. Let's come back to these. So, let me update the HUD with how far we've come. As I say, I'm not a Sith, I'm a smuggler. You can tell my throat still isn't 100% recovered. What can I say? Sorry, this takes a minute because I gotta count these manually right now. That is where we're at right now. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll do a whole bunch of little cutscenes, and then probably the wrap-up for the expansion, and then we will start the final expansion, Legacy of the Sith.